other than what I've done with the setups and stuff. So Championship. Championship tree is a series of pure racing events. Move to an unlocked event. Okay, it's the same stuff. Alright. Win medals in each event to unlock additional events and earn more points. Okay. The Opel Speedster time trial. This is the first step in your conquest to be crowned world champion. In this time trial, you've got 3 laps on Calypso Coast to turn a fast enough lap time. To earn the bronze medal, you need to beat 3:15. For the silver, you need a lap time of 3. If you want to grab the gold, you better have a record time of 2:40 or better. And I know that the points you can use towards buying the cars. Is the music still playing in the background? Because I can't hear anything for the music-wise. I think it is. Thank you, Sydney. Okay. Let's see. What do we have? Right now, we have... Oh, it's just this one, right. It's a time trial. Let's go black. Let's go black. Well, let's hope that the controls saved right this time. And I do want to thank you all that are watching at this time. We have 5 beautiful base gamers watching. Alright, let's see how I do. Sensitive. Thumbsticks are sensitive. So I'll have to use more of the tabbing motions than the full swing motions. Treating it more like a D-pad. But as you can see, with the lighting and texture effects with this mod, it definitely makes the game look like it's more of a Xbox 360 game than it was coming out originally on PlayStation 2 or the original Xbox. Okay, yeah, controls are good. Controls are good. Input, you know, wise. Me driving, a different story. This is gonna have to get used to driving again. It's 3 laps to this sensor. 240 for the goal. Let's see how that goes. I think I'll be happy if I can even get bronze first run. The anti-aliasing is good. You don't really see a lot of jagged edges or anything of that nature. So Sam, you played Need for Speed Underground, huh? I played that one and the second one for computer and unlocked everything in both those games because that was ridiculous. That was a short one. Probably was. Wonderful. Since I can't hear... Oh, that's funny. I forgot about the 360 camera. Since I can't hear my own game music, for whatever reason, it's bizarre. There was a dog that was barking. Fucked up house. It was down back down the village there. You were eating spaghetti to the city. Well, speaking of spaghetti, Overlord of Darkness going to plug into is making a YouTube Shrek 4. And there's definitely a spaghetti joke over there. And truly was able to get a strong drinks behind the song. When you hype a man so much like I do, I guess I deserve to give him these little sneak peeks. That's him on YouTube. Overlord of Darkness with the Aston. Oh, that was a shortcut. Oh, this is off. So reset. Yeah, okay. That button works. I don't think I saw that the first time at all. There is a YouTube coup that Overlord Darkness has made. It was back in 2016. So it is on his channel. I think if you just type in David Libertarian YouTube YTP, it'll come up. It had to do with the stuff I was doing at the time. And there was an incident where we got kicked out of a Seattle cafe because of our association with one person that was being rowdy. And while I didn't agree with it, looking back on it, I can see why they're trying to do damage control. But it being Seattle, people, their skin is about as thin as the atomic level, because I don't think it's I don't think it's something that can even compromise up the thickness of paper. But that's after having my experience of living there for over 7 years. Overlord of Darkness.
It's the final lap.
It's the final lap. Overlord of Darkness is editing the Shrek 4 YouTube booth at the same time the stream is going. It's legendary. Okay, it was 3 minutes, wasn't it? For bronze. Now I think it's doing the best lap time. If I remember correctly. So I'm okay. Like, I've got bronze. If it was total lap time, I would have been out of luck already. But this is kind of cool, like, as I'm playing this and getting immersed into it. I mean, aside from the guys' polygons, as you can see, it's looks like Clyde from GTA 3. I missed it again. So aside from him, looking at the other stuff, it's pretty good. It's like, I feel like I'm actually playing a game that came out in the 2010 decade rather than the 2000s. So as we progress in this and do actual races against the other cars, the top cars get involved in everything, it'll be interesting to see how it all holds up. It should be fun, honestly. I mean, the frame rate's decent. There's a slight, like, I don't think this game even ran at 30 frames per second initially. So it's kind of hard to expect it to do that, like, as in just that's where the coding was. I could be mistaken. There may be some additional mods to improve that, but at the time, I wasn't looking for that specifically. I would just like for this match to be a match, a race. Yeah. Hard to believe we're 20 minutes in, 21 minutes in, and there was the dog. 21 minutes in, this dog again. I like the dog. I was able to pet some dogs yesterday. That was nice. Good man's best friend. Or human's best friend. Okay. Ta-da! So, I guess that's the bronze. I don't know if I was able to get gold. Wasn't gold like 240? Sailor!
You have been awarded the gold!
Oh, okay, so it wasn't gold. Alright, well, you know what? For first match, you know, it shouldn't be that difficult. So I agree with you. Alright, then you got your path you can go down. Vauxhall Championship or the Fall Winds Knockout. Let's go this side first. Then, of course, there's no way we're going to be able to complete this entire game today. There's just no way. But we'll go as long as the old bag of bones will hold up to get through this. Alright, it's all Vauxhalls in this challenge. It's a 2-lap race through the giant redwoods of National Forest. If you want to walk away with a medal, you'll have to finish in the top 3. Fine, you can do that. I have to use keyboard for all these inputs, but in-game driving is different, so I have to flip back and forth. It's so weird. So the Vauxhall is very similar to the Opel Speedster, the VX222. Let's go exotic. I'm thinking that orange. And if anything glitches out, you guys let me know. Because again, we're running stuff that shouldn't even be possible in this year of 2020. But hey, get that IT back and make it happen. That's some 2000 gamer tag names we got there going on. Goal, Onyx, Winona, or Wyona, or whatever it would be, and then Blazing. I think Blazing's gonna be a problem. It's gonna be a trouble. 2 laps. See, I told you Blazing was gonna be a troublemaker. You need to take a shortcut. If that even was a shortcut, I'm not sure. Okay, yeah, so frame rate's holding up. No choppiness. Baby. Already in first. Of course, you know, the first couple races are going to be quote unquote easy AI, beginner AI, or whatever. So as we progress, we get more and more difficult. The catch with me will be if I can remember shortcuts, which I don't. I don't remember any of these maps at all, because I can guarantee you it's been over 15 years since I played this game. Probably the last time I played this game was when I had my Windows 7 build. If that. It might have just been the tail end of my Windows XP machine I had. I'm trying to remember when I actually installed Windows 7. Because I skipped Vista. Everybody with a brain skipped Vista. The only ones that were stuck with Vista were the ones that had to deal with it because it came installed on the new machine. But when you're a gaming PC gamer enthusiast, you build your own machine and get your own copy of it. You can interpret that in the way you like. Yeah. Okay, so there's a shortcut. There's a sign. The UK is shook. I mean, yeah. And in general, they really are.
Last lap.
It's a shame. There's a lot of good people from the UK. One of them is probably watching right now. If you catch my drift. Not that that really does. And when you're a guy like me that's basically doxed himself since the year 2002 online, and don't care, you know, as the old school troll that I used to be, definitely mellowed out over the last decade. I kind of had to because they started this false narrative that the digital world is the real world. And it's not. But I can understand why people that are in their 20s or younger, especially younger 20s and younger, would believe that, especially after how they have made it difficult for people to even see each other anymore. We all know about that subject over the last 2 years. What a shame. Especially considering some of the best times you could have would be going places and not even spending a single dollar, just hanging out with the people you care about. Didn't matter if it was one friend, 5, or whatever, as a group. Even going solo, you could make friends in person back in the day. Not to sound like David Foster, but it was easier to talk to people when we didn't have technology connecting us 24/7. We were forced to make friends and talk to strangers. And it was rather pleasant. But, like myself, for a lot of people didn't like me. That's in the general. It's not everybody though. So the ones that do actually like you for who you are. So we got gold. Well, I thought Blazin would be more of a threat, but he got third. He had a top speed of 111 though. You got the triple digits. Oh, that's right. Keyboard. All right.
Congratulations!
Why, thank you!
You have won the gold medal!
I won the gold medal! Alright, what do we got now? Branching off again. Multinational Challenge or Championship Tournament. How about we try, for the fun of it, let's see what else gets unlocked on this side. I mean, I can just scroll down and see, but, you know, I kind of want to, like, keep the difficulty going at the same pace, so that way by the time I get to the bottom where it's, like, actually hard, I'm not going back to a race that's, like, super easy and just messing up my flow. Lap knockout. Choose from the Speedster, the VX22, or the Elise in this challenge. The X-Siege, or not the X-Siege, Lotus makes the X-Siege, but they also make the Elise. I did a major report. We're talking 20 pages in high school on freaking Lotus, the company. It was so long with so many sources that the teacher didn't even read it all. They just gave me an A. You want to talk about old school base? That's what that was. All right, it's a 4-lap knockout through fall-ins. Each lap, the racer in last is eliminated. So stay sharp if you want to stay alive. It's pretty threatening. Finish in the top 3, or earn a medal. To earn a medal in advance. Okay. I think since we've used the other 2 cars already, we got to showcase the Lotus, the X-Siege. We already did the orange. The orange is a good color for the X-Siege, but I think I'm going to go with red. Because red is race. Triggers the Twitch algorithm, as I said, the word race. We got, what is that? Chio doing? Jack Razor and Blazin again. It's back. Oh, half hour in. And we still got our 5 beautiful base games to watch. And I was able to set up a Patreon since last time. And I set the donation price to like super low because I want to make it accessible for people to be able to get in. You'll get access to the Discord server with the badge. You'll get access to behind-the-scenes content for both the gaming stuff and for the insane. Oh, leaves are just wow. That was a full 360. You also get content from me talking about different events in my life, talking about the madness that is. This is fantastic, isn't it? Just hit reset. So there's a lot of content that's going to be coming out. It's going to be made. If you are one of the people that's already decided to try to catch up on your old pal here at DMMDestroyer, there's certainly a lot of stuff out there. So, I recently got my Twitter back. Made a couple tweets about that. So there's plenty of stuff that's going to be talked about on the Patreon. Would not be the best idea to talk about here, just to keep things centered around the content of it. But that's the entire, premises of it. It's the whole purpose of having a website, davidmalacart.com. The whole purpose of having YouTube, which is slightly less centered, and then Patreon, where you can go all out and say whatever I want, talk about different things. Definitely go to the webpage if you want some insight on a lot of things already that I have out there publicly. It's been quite a ride, no pun intended, being risen. Hence the purpose of this stream, to get me on the path of partnership. First got to hit affiliate, but affiliate's close. I'm already at 32 followers, and I've only streamed a few days in a matter of 2 weeks. So I thank everybody that has followed this channel and is supportive, especially you guys watching right now. 5 beautiful base gamers of war. The puns are always intended, says Opel in the darkness. Oh, it's never ogre. It's never ogre. Alright, we're 2 laps in. We're flying. Oh boy, shortcut. If I can get to work. But, oh man, it'd be nice if we would stop rolling. That's also another hope for I swear that half of my culture anymore, pop culture that is Overlord of Darkness references. Man is a mean machine. And yes, I admit I am his #1 fangirl. And there's nothing you can do about it. And nobody will ever take that title. It's true. It's true. That's why I always get the hearts and the likes in this comment section. Oh, but yeah, this stream, this Path to Partnership stream, trying to get it boosted up, so there's plenty of games that are going to be played. I was discussing with the boys some titles already, some future titles. One of them being is Fallout. It's going to be New Vegas. I may do Fallout 3 first, but I could easily sink 60 hours into that. I've already played that and beaten that. But it is a fantastic game. Lore-wise, I probably should play that first. But I want to play New Vegas. I've never played New Vegas in my life, but I'm waiting for a specific reason to it. And this broadcasting on Twitch is definitely a good reason to play New Vegas for the first time ever. Finally. Of course, with the graphics updates and everything like that. It would be as vanilla and lore friendly as possible. But, of course, with the texture and graphics updates. Mods that are practical, but don't take away from the gameplay. From the core experience they have. And there's also Deus Ex that I can't remember if his Twitch name. It was like the Lizard something. I'd have to scroll up. Like obviously my hands are tied on the chat here. But yeah, Deus Ex is a fantastic game. I played that. I haven't played that in a very long time either. There's a lot of people that haven't seen the original. They've just seen the newer versions. But the original game of J.C. Denton as the main character is definitely filled with tons of meme material in itself. The game was way ahead of its time, coming out in 2000. I like how I thought that jump was really going to give its own 360 game a little while. I gotta say, I'm getting pretty comfortable driving with this easy AI. Driving like this on the later difficulty would just be a bad idea. Especially how I spun out here originally. Let's see what else is there. I still want to do Max Payne, original Max Payne, with the graphics updates. The Halo CE, the 2003 custom edition or retail copy for PC, updated. I have that done, but I'm still having trouble getting it to be recognized in the app. I might just have to do the full screen share thing. I hope that works. This is actually a nice view right here. It's a screenshot right there. It's wallpaper. With the whole autumn theme going with the mountains in the background. It's kind of nice. Just relax with a racing title. We are bumped up. We have 6 beautiful base gamers watching. Thank you all. 30 minutes into this stream. Couple matches into championship. So far, the AI is letting me get wins as I continue to get my grounding back in how this game plays. And like I said, I'm not sure how long I'll be able to hold up for a stream, but this is how it goes. I'll go as long as I can. I probably should be in a better position. Yeah. Rather than stressing myself. But I'm trying to make sure I got the webcam right. Because I can't see my overlays or anything. Because the way my setup is, how these older games are.
This is the last lap!
Don't have split screen or anything like that. So I can't see what you can see. I think the way that the games always like change resolutions in between like loading and stuff like that, you know, this modern stuff just is not like that. One day it'll be over 9,000 to the moon. Over here, I agree. You know, you shouldn't. You're not supposed to text and drive. You should be more cautious about looking at the chat. I'm trying to be good host for you. Not to fall behind chats. Not that you guys are like spamming. Feel free, if you know me already or if you don't know me, feel free to comment questions and stuff, and I will answer them as I can. Otherwise, I'll just continue to commentate as I commentate. The DMMDestroyer hour. We're just commentating. On YouTube, you will find videos. I don't know if I have them set unlisted or if they're public, but there are videos of where I was calling matches back in the day for indie wrestling. And one of my friends who's on this, one of the followers on this channel was a former indie wrestler. That's how we met. good friends since a long time ago, back in 2009, 8, 7. You know, got the old man here, can't even remember anything. But then again, you know, cut me some slack. It is 2022. It is current year, and we do live in a society. Gamers need to rise up. No, I promise I'm not drunk. Just the controls are very sensitive. I'm still getting used to it. Each car handles different. But I really like how the details are. You know, to be honest, I can't even remember what all I did. I just remember there was a ton of stuff that I had to configure. I had put this off. Did not finish. I had put this playing this game off for a long time, but I had the configurations done.
You have been awarded the gold medal.
Why, thank you. I had the configurations done a couple of years ago. It's just been sitting. Okay. What do we got now? Let's go back over here. The Multinational challenge. Helps not to choke on the water. You have your pick of cars from around the world in this single race challenge. We'll be battling it out over the steep elevation challenges. Palm City Island in this 2-lap event. Finish in the top 3 if you want to move on and earn a medal. I think we can do this. I think we can do this, guys. 43 minutes in now. Alright. Alright. Oh, okay. So we got the Z8 TS50, which is a Mustang. CL55 AMG XKR coupe Jaguar. What am I going to go with? Oh, the M5. Oh, it is an M5 challenge. You know, I noticed they don't show you like speed stats or anything, handling and all that with these cars. So I guess it's just by category. But that's interesting. I could have sworn you saw that. I like how you can see the license plate. This is Need for Speed one. Initials. Man, I should not have this much trouble. I think I'm just going to go with... I was never really a fan of the Z8 because of Project Gotham Racing. Yeah, this music, I'm glad you guys can hear it. I look forward to like reviewing this to see what it even sounded like on the replay. Because it's Overclock Remix. And all these titles are from like the late 90s to mid-late 2000s. Probably more so cutting off in the mid-2000s. And it's by the Overclock Remix community. They make their own original content, and it is, of course, based off of gaming songs. Sam asked for the Z8, so I gotta deliver. You're lucky it's you. What color? You gotta pick color now. But yeah, the Overclock Remix guys made fantastic content, and since it's community, you know, they can't come at me with the lame copyright stuff. What color though? What color am I picking? You gotta tell me what color. Blue, of course. Now that might have been dark blue, and there might have been that blue. Check. You know what? For time's sake, just keep going. You're lucky you're getting what you get. Alright. We got 8 of them. Here we go. Oh, look at this. This is beautiful. Wallpaper right here. This is straight up wallpaper. This is the Florida looking stuff. Get the palm trees going. Oh, yeah. Just like true Florida traffic, we're having accidents on I-4. Oh, you know, the whole Florida man meme, it's over. But it's a good thing. It keeps people from coming to Florida. Just like people always think that it rains in Seattle all the time. It doesn't. It drizzles. That was a short one. Shoot. It drizzles this pitiful drip drop that like you barely even feel. What is it? Stadium. Looks like it could be football. This actually looks really nice. I like this. You got Clyde driving from GTA 3. Him and his PS1/PS2 hybrid looking self. That's like the only thing that's really still low polygon. Hey, look at that. That's good. I don't know if it's supposed to, but it is. This looks good. Maybe I can drive. But again, the AI isn't that bad. So this is why I'm doing this. Let's take this. Okay, fine, let's not take this. This is why I want to do the easy ones all in that way. Of course, get good. Even though I should have been good. 7 beautiful base gamers watching. Thank you. We are 48 minutes into the stream. And this is a good race to join in on. It is looking absolutely gorgeous for a 2002 game. I can't remember if it said the track title or not. Now, as we progress, when we get to these higher tiers, then of course it's going to be the more. It's the invincible tree there. As we progress, we'll get even more faster cars and stuff. Yeah. Oh, we're still on lap 1. I thought we were on lap 2. Getting a little too relaxed. I'd have to say that visual-wise, this one is my favorite track so far. But there's a lot of different tracks in this game. They've got forward reverse, mirrored forward reverse, and you have to buy them in order to play free run mode, essentially. That's why they give you the points winning the races. Yeah. Okay. Wow.
This is your final lap.
No wonder it was only 2 laps. It's like a 10-minute race just from that. Will he be able to drive? There's another sign that was just stuck in there. But we're making progress. We got our 32 solid, beautiful base gamers following the channel right now. I did decide to make the subscriber goal pretty substantially high, but I did that on purpose because you need to average 75 viewers on the path to partnership to get that status. And I noticed that with about 30 people following, I can get about an average of 3 followers just from that, which is what we need to get affiliate. So if I go on the same scale, we go 10%. So 75 would be 10%, 750. All right, let's try this one this time. Go the scenic route. You get the, I forget what these trees are called, the hanging vines, but they're nice. In real life, it looked decent here too, but I'm just saying. Yeah, that was a nice little stroll through the back section. We'll take another one through the huts. We need signs. Hit them all. I'd say the only thing, aside from the PS1/PS2 hybrid Clyde looking model of GTA 3 with the driver, I'd say that the number 1 out of the first place out of 8, definitely the texture could have been updated for that a little bit better, but I'm not going to complain. It's like one little tiny thing compared to everything else. Peaceful. Oh, nope. Almost got wet. So I got 50 points. I think that's because I made the last lap in first place. So I think that's the additional bonus points you get in-game. Because I remember nothing. Coming up on the end of it here. I don't know if you can hear it through the microphone, but I'm clicking these thumbsticks back and forth really quickly because of how sensitive it is. Nice. I got almost 20 NFS points in the bank. Not gonna buy anything yet. Don't need to.
You have been awarded the goal.
Yeah, been hearing that a lot. Let's go over to the other tier. What was this one? Championship tournament. Oh, this is the first championship tournament in the tree. You'll be competing against the best of the best in this challenge. This is a 4-race event where you earn points depending on how you place in each to finish in the top 3 of the final tournament standings. Okay. Oh, 4-race event. Man, this is a big one. So here we go. Oh, okay. Let's see what cars we get. Speedster, please. Vauxhall. Let's go for the Speedster again. I actually made this car Well, I didn't make the car, obviously, but I built a model of this car way back in the day. And it was this color. So I'm going to use it for this race. That's right, Sam. Lotus is fantastic. I love Lotus. Highly underrated. Just, they require a lot of maintenance. Alright, let's go. Let's go. As my fellow Zoomies like to say, let's go! It's actually, I'm pretty impressed with these reflections. Let's take a look at what it is. Okay, Sailor made me crack. Because I started laughing immediately as I looked over and saw that. So, it's, you know, it's GG already, but not yet. We got 2 laps. Oh, no! Bad. This is bad, folks. Yeah, Sailor. GG, easy, get good. I don't even know if I'm allowed to say that on a non-quote-unquote mature stream. Because, you know, it's 2022. So I just have to say, like, blanket redacted to everything. That's gonna be my go-to. Anytime I feel like using words of maturity. Kind of already, like, established that in the last couple of streams. Oh, look at that. Oh, that reflection in the water. So it looks like we're doing that Florida map in reverse. Look at that big old geyser thing. Oh, I should have went that way. I don't know if it would let you. Oh, it's like volcano lava. Bro, get out of the way. Ghoul. Bye, Ghoul. I gotta take this swing. Well, there's like so many different parts of the maps that switch up, so this might well be an entirely new track. I definitely appreciate the sunset. I saw him do it and I wanted to do it. I did it, it's good. I'm gonna stop turning my head so much to the building until I get back to the first place. Oh wait! Didn't even have a chance to get there in the first place. Aha! There's some fun. Put over there. I don't know. I don't know about this one. I might actually have to restart. Because the goal is to not lose the race. I know it's a 4-race series. That is a harsh way to start a 4-race series with a big old fat L. That's lap 1, so we got
the final lap.
So we know that the second lap's going to be under like 3 minutes and 40 seconds based off of. So I got 3 minutes essentially to get my place rightfully where it belongs in the front of the line. 1 hour and 4 minutes in the stream. So got you 4 beautiful base gamers watching, helping make the path to partner possible. It's highly appreciated. Aha! So we can't take it. It's gonna bounce off the walls. I don't know if that really saved me any time. My concern the first time was like I didn't know if they were concrete barriers or if they were the plastic smash. But we're in first. So that's good. So now I can get a little bit of distance between me, the person behind me, hit some signs. Actually be able to relax a little bit. Kind of. You'll have to let me know if I'm still visible on camera when I lean back in the chair like this, because it's a little bit more comfortable when you're doing the controller. When you're using keyboard, you can prop your forearms on the desk. But since I'm doing this all by controller, this is a racing game. Who the heck plays racing games by keyboard? Unless you're like super hardcore. It's possible. I did a test run that way, but it wasn't fun. Sailor, where are you? Report for duty from the chat. I need your technical analysis here. Alright, am I visible on cam when I sit this way? Or do I need to still move up? Kind of blurry. I wonder if that's because I covered the cam. Probably. But then again, this is just a built-in webcam. It's like probably 640 by 40, right? I have an HD camera. Put your face in. I have a HD camera. So I need to have that shit taken. Most of my stuff needs to be shipped. We're making do with the setup we got 8 points. It's good. We're in the top. Race 2 of 4. This is the next one. It's the same lot of cars. Let's switch it up. I had the Speedster. So we'll go Vauxhall. Now we're gonna go a banana. Sailor says, imagine not having a Logitech C922. Well, using a Logitech M510 mouse. I have a gaming Logitech mouse, but everything else I have to have that shipped. In due time. Due time. I gotta get the Bezos box rolling in. And I can start doing upgrades. Yeah, Sailor Uchi says yellow for lemons. You know, I know 11. Alright, this is only one lap, so it's like no mistakes. I'm gonna wait to read that comment, Lord Lizard, because I know it deserves attention. It always deserves attention. Any comment from Lord Lizard in real life deserves attention. He's one of the boys. And since this is only one lap, I'm gonna do my best not to screw this up. And it's not like y'all are spamming the chat anyway, so I'll be able to catch it. Bets on how long this match is, though, should go at least 6 minutes. It's a one-lap race. So one of the things I've caught myself noticing in broadcasting is I need to get better with my pauses in between speaking rather than filling in gaps with So I'm wanting to work on that. It's a subconscious thing that I'm working on because having never broadcasted before with the gaming side and speaking at the same time while playing, it's a totally new concept. I'm used to gaming single player campaigns back in the day completely by myself. So I certainly wasn't talking to myself with everything I did. I wasn't talking to myself when I did. It's not good. Practice makes perfect. When I started doing this 2 weeks ago, I had no experience with this whatsoever. I started everything completely from scratch. And it's been a rough couple of days. There's been a lot of things that have come up that I have to deal with, health issues to take care of. So unfortunately, I was not able to stream like I wanted to. I wanted to start this campaign a couple of days ago, but we had major issues come up that had to be addressed. And we did. So we will continue to build upon that. Which is a good time, once again. It's the same 4 of you that are watching, but if someone were to have just joined in, feel free to check out the Patreon that I have. How am I back in 3rd? How did I get to 3rd? Whatever, okay. Whatever. I'll take that L. It's not really an L, but it's L enough. So Lord Lizards says Logitech MX Master Mouse. Mice's mouses are great. Not gaming mouses, but very polyvalent. It's not a word I normally would say out loud, but I got you. And agronomic. Remember, it said good old US of A education, so I'm not used to saying certain words out loud, just seeing and reading them. Pronunciation is difficult in this language of US of A. When I play a game, I tend to imagine I'm streaming to an imaginary audience. It's fair enough, Lizard. That's fair enough. Yeah, only 500 points. Whatever. Oh, the announcer, he ain't happy about that one. He's not going to give me congratulations. So I'm probably in 2nd. Nope, I still got enough points to total up to 35. Fortune across the board. Onyx and Swerve are going to try their hardest next. So back to the Lotus. Let's try green lime. 1 hour and 14 minutes into this stream. Race 3 of 4 of this tournament. At least I start first. 2-lap race. I look forward as I continue to progress in the broadcasting of this stuff, where I can add more things, sound effects, and other good stuff people are used to hearing and dealing with. But I, again, had no experience whatsoever with any of this, so this is all entirely new to me. I think I've done okay so far. I mean, I do have 32 followers after just a couple streams, and I'm holding in consistent at least 4 of you during this one. Maxed out at 7 so far, so it's appreciated. Even if you're not even watching it continuously, that's fine. This is meant to be more relaxing than it is to be intense, and I have to pay attention, of course. A racing game. The eyeballs blue 24/7. It's a little bit different story when you were playing Battlefield 1942, which we're still going to come back to. We got to finish the Allied campaign side. I just wanted to do the Axis side first because I thought that would be more trolly to do that as a premiere. It definitely got about 7% of my viewership was from Germany, so I didn't see about the other historical countries from the Axis side. Let's see the first things were, but the fact that Germany was standing up at 7% made me laugh a little bit after that stream. Oh, look at that sun blinding. Whoa! Okay. So we're back. I wonder if it was blinding like that pre-graphics update. It probably was, but not to that degree because of the updates that I did. Definitely enhanced that and amplified that on purpose as a way to make up for the textures that couldn't be upscaled as much, if I remember correctly, from what it was and a few other reasons. But I'm not going to complain because it's been solid regardless otherwise. Especially, you know,
This is the last lap.
An hour and 17 minutes in, that's the first real gripe I have, aside from that number 1. But I'm going to let that number 1 go. So everything else is fine. I do have to say, this is pretty enjoyable, replaying this game with all this stuff. And it definitely was the first... I believe it was the first Need for Speed game. And after that was Underground 2. And I preferred Underground, the first one, to the second one to an extent. But they're both good games. I can't remember all the specifics as to why I preferred the first one over the second one. But I think it was because the first one felt more grounded, if my memory is correct. Whereas the second one was a little bit more arcade-ish. And that was coming off of the Fast and Furious hype, of course. Those games were rightfully so. Noble Cooper says Pro Street had it going on. I didn't get a chance to play that one. I tell you which one I did buy on Steam, but I haven't played yet because it was the most recommended gameplay-wise. Like everyone enjoyed its gameplay and content the most in the recent titles was the 2011 Need for Speed Hot Pursuit or whatever it was. I can't remember the title, but I haven't even played it. So maybe that's one of those games that I play later on in the future in this channel. Here's that blind spot again. Oh yeah! Oh. Our Clyde GTA character lookalike needs to have some sunglasses. That's right. At least I got the reset button mapped to my second control stick, so I can hit it pretty easily on the screen. Oh no! Come on. Can't beat this hot pursuit too. Absolutely. Completely agree. Noble Cooper, yes. This is a classic. The nice thing about the games that I play, will be playing on the stream or on this channel, is that they were the originals, the ones that started all before newer developers came in 10, 15 plus years later that were, you know, lacking the same fortitude of creativity and everything else. Hence why post-2013 gaming was a mistake. Okay, next race. Oh, I guess the announcer's not going to say the metal stuff until the whole thing's finished. That's fine. 1 hour, 21 minutes into the stream. We've got 5 of you beautiful based gamers watching. 5 beautiful based gamers tuning in. We are going back to, let's go back to the Vauxhall. Let's do it in this maroon. Just cause. All right. Last race. This tournament. Dust them already. Since I have to pay attention to the road, but Noble Cooper is talking about how the current gaming industry is from a business culture, and it is legitimately awful. It is. See, back in the day, they used to have these small developer teams that were allowed to work on games without all this oversight and nonsense. And basically, you got producers that came in and say, "Hey, here's your budget. Make it happen. We'll check back with you in 6 months." And then, of course, these guys would grind. These developers, and they would make out these classics like the Rareware team that made GoldenEye. That was the first person shooter they ever made. That was a small team that made that game. And you really see a lack of innovation because of how soulless these major corps are now. Like, for example, with EA Games, there was a time when EA Games was a great company for titles. Back in the early 2000s, late 90s. And now it's been a meme for like 10 years how awful they are, both to their customers and to their employees. So it's sad. That's the whole gaming industry is sad. Hence why this channel
final lap
exists, because we are going back to the past to play the games that didn't suck. You know the drill. It's unfortunate how so much creative development is snuffed out, which is why you see the rise in indie development. But to their credit, I don't take anything away from it. It's just not the same though as what you get with major teams being able to invest individual time on a product to make it what it is. Again, there's nothing wrong with what they're doing. It's great. It's just not the same, scale-wise. But it seems like there's no such thing as a good AAA title. Maybe like one or two every couple years anymore. But I don't even pay attention. I don't even play this stuff. Heck, I stopped gaming for the longest time just because the world doesn't stop and everybody is just fighting to survive. That's how it is anymore. That's how it has been for over 10 years. But we've got a general idea of why I think it's bad. I'll save that commentary for Patreon. Yeah! Got that first place medal.
You have been awarded the gold medal.
I certainly have. Based in gold medal building. Noble Cooper says even conventions were better. Didn't have to wait for hours in line to only play one game and be overcrowded. Want to sell tickets? Don't think about limited space. Don't even get me started. What is it? E3. E3 was like the pinnacle of conventions that you could go to in the late 90s, early 2000s. And they took all the soul out of it and turned it into full cringe. Normified. Normie to just... Ugh. Onyx tried. He tried his best. He had 27 minutes. Swerve for 26. Yeah, not bad. Not a bad tournament. Okay, now we can jump over this M5 time trial. That's right, Overlord of Darkness. Normies. Get out. Get off my board. Nova Cooper says the first Killer Instinct convention in the 90s was bad A. Even had goat dancers. You're right. That is true. It was. Look, 90s culture was peak because it was Wild West everything, and it wasn't even Wild West. It was that we already broke free of censorship from the former old quote-unquote conservative side. So we had like a free society. We were living in a society that was free. And then we went, you know, what is it? The pendulum swing the other way, and now we're dealing with that right now. Sad times. Now the pendulum's like kind of like doing like this massive swing all over the place. It's just absolute chaos. Time trial. Harness the power of the BMW M5 in this 3-lap trial for National Forest. Record a lap time 2:15 to earn the bronze, 2:05 for the silver, or 1:55 to win the gold. Let's chart the gold, of course. We are almost 1 hour and 30 minutes into this stream, and we have 7 based, beautiful gamers watching. 7 of them. And We are going to go BMW Black. Another thing that I miss from that time, Noble Cooper, is the Electronic Gaming Monthly. Dude, I had to sell my collection. I had a couple years worth. I mean, we're talking like stacks upon stacks of EGM, and that was true gaming journalism. I wish I would have had a chance to preserve that stuff in digital format before I sold it, but I didn't have a chance. Hence why I'm kind of stuck in the position I'm in right now. All my classic gear had to go because life happens, tragedies occur. So, but all we can do is move forward, push on, have faith, and push on. It is not an easy world, my friends. Not anymore. It wasn't even that easy 20, 30 years ago. It gets worse and worse. But we do have each other. We need to have each other. Because the things working against us do not want us to be together. That was a nice side haul there. Was it like 155 I need? Something like that? Let's see how it goes. I would play demo discs all day. Yeah? Yep. There's PS1 demo discs or whatever else would come with those gaming mags back in the day. That was the highlight of going to the grocery store when you were a kid in the 90s, was picking up the gaming mags. And every time a new EGM came out, I definitely was asking my mom, get this, and never get this. I need this. I need my inside scoop with proper gaming journalism that I didn't know that was going to die off. Look what they took from us, neighbors. As long as I focus, I should go with the demo. I don't know if that shortcut helped me make it work. But this is lap 2, so I'm running the lap at a faster starting speed than the start of the race. So lap 2 is naturally faster than lap 1. And then lap 3 probably will be closer to the same as 2. Crazy. But I'm going to focus just for the sake of stress out. Should have hit the handbrake. When you're running in a BMW, they usually drift this way, but need to speed bumps. Get that slight arcade, just enough. I mean, if you play. Get close. They took it. It's right up here anyways. Oh!
Stop! Final!
Barely. I guess I gotta focus. Oh, when it spun out there, it wasn't fine. Alright, go on MLG mode. This thing's all crash. It depends on how close I am to it. Like that's like a fraction of a second. Meaning it'll depend on whether or not I did see the break. He's going the distance. He's going the speed all alone. Something time of need. It's cake. There's only like 3 songs of those that you know. Cleaner that time, but not enough. Oh, Double Cooper says, dude, I used to sleep in my car for a few months. If I learned anything, we're not meant to suffer, but to confront it. Either survive or die. That's the truth. I think just about everybody that hasn't had life handed to them from the start, definitely, has been made stronger people than they've ever wanted to be. Metal boat is 2,500.
Congratulations!
Silver.
You have won the silver!
I really don't want to, but it's 2 laps through the streets of Polk City in this single racing round. You have a large selection of cars to choose from. So get out there and get going. You'll have to place in the top 3 to earn a medal and continue your quest to be world champion. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, so we've seen this selection already before. Let's see what we're going to pick this time. Not doing the Z8 again, even though it did handle pretty well in this game. I've heard Project Gotham Racing. M5 ticked me off because it wouldn't get gold for me. And I messed up, I know, but I don't care. I'm still gonna blame the car. I'm gonna go with, I think I'm gonna go with the Jaguar. And we're gonna do it in, I'm gonna do it in purple. Noble Cooper says, remember when Star Wars were making a movie each year and stopped with Solo? Well, they shouldn't have tried to retcon stuff with Solo, because Rogue One was a fine movie on its own and it set the high expectations for everything since. And there's rose-tinted glasses with Rogue One because it's not as good as we think as it was, because it was better than everything that came after. So we hold it in higher regard than what we should. But it's a good movie to itself. But Star Wars fans know what I'm talking about. I don't feel like one of them for Star Wars. That's not my main quote-unquote consumer culture choice. I enjoy Star Wars. I have not 200,000 novels or stuff deep like most people. Wow, they're getting real aggressive, man. Even me on BBU. They're mad. They mad. They're mad. But hey, we're in first, that's all that matters. 2 laps. That BMW was going to hurt me. He's going to have to come back to that. We have to do a couple of different things. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do gold medals all across the entire board. But we'll see. I'll make my best efforts for that. Sailor! What was that notification? I can't see. Sailor's being my stream co-host and support. So, I have to yell. Oh, it was a new follower. Awesome. What is good, Devil Wolf? What is good? Thank you, sir. Thank you for dropping it. I highly appreciate it. You are the historic number 33 in this historic run of Need for Speed Hot Pursuit 2 graphics updated edition. I'll do my best to look over my chat here in a second when things calm down a little bit more. It's not quite as easy to check chat with the racing games as it was with playing Battlefield last week. Because, you know, turns and stuff. But I promise I will check over. The way my layout is set up, I have a Chromebook. And I'm able to see chat that way. Because with these older titles, the screen overlay just doesn't work that well. Or it doesn't work at all. So I can't see messages in real time on my main screen like most streamers can with newer content, newer games. But that's not what this channel is about. This channel is about bringing all that retro classics back to life with fresh coats of paint, mods and stuff. Because there's plenty of Zoomers out there that I want to see these older games so that they know their history and where stuff came from. And to learn a little thing or two from the old man behind the screen. Hopefully as more time passes, be able to get more people to tune in and check it out. Because right now we are 1 hour and 49 minutes in, and we've got 6 beautiful base gamers watching. And it's a big thank you to every single one of you making the dream come true on this path partnership to get the Bezos bucks. Okay, long lap.
Last lap.
So it's like about an 8-minute race. So I definitely look forward to see what you guys are saying. But we've seen already that it's better for them to pay a little bit more closer attention, especially in these races. But the time trial, that was just me hitting a bump or two and not taking shortcuts. I definitely like this Florida-inspired shape. It looks nice, especially with all these updates. There's definitely a lot of turns on this one. So focus oriented. There's a brake button. It should be. Did. About 2 minutes left. Oh! That was painful. Just wanted to go through my shortcut. Yeah, that's awesome. Now that we're up to 33. This is the first one to subscribe so far to the stream. This one is definitely a convenient shortcut to take. It's just right in front of your face. Hard to miss it. But there's a wall. But we don't care about walls. We don't care about signs. So. Here, and we're good. Okay. Quarter mile at a time. Winning's winning. Don't need logic when you got family. Family. That's noble. Double Wolf says, the classic Hot Pursuit 2. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, indeed. First place.
You have been awarded the gold.
Thank you, thank you. Not yet. Not yet. What we got a Mercedes time trial. BMW Alpine Challenge. Tournament. Time trial. I think I'm gonna do that. Let's do that. Get in the Jaguar XKR and ride through. Fall wins for this time trial. You'll have 3 chances to record a lap time of 3 minutes to get the bronze, 250 for silver, or 240 for gold. So, 1 hour and 55 minutes in, 7 beautiful base gamers watching. This is the car we were just using, so that's good, so I'm familiar with it. Let's go for that classic green for it this time. Like I said, I'll hold in as long as I can for you guys. It's starting to get a little rough for me. Things are, yeah, you know, you can see it. So, but I'll keep going. Keep going as long as I can. Let's see where shortcuts are. Make mental notes. So I can put them on lap 2. Some inertia drifting. So far, this is a pretty tame map. Yeah, probably should use the computer. No shortcuts so far. It's about halfway through the map. I don't think that was one on my right side. Avoid these leaves. It's really easy to spin out this area. Stick to this driving lines. $240 for gold. So I think we can hit it. I think that was the shortcut. It was. That was a little bit hidden on the left side. At least I'm doing better than when I was when I started this stream. I have all kinds of rest. This one was tough. Across the S turns. Ooh, not enough. That was pretty good. We got 238, 239, 240 for gold. Let's see if I can remember where that shortcut was. It was on the left side. I remember that. is. Oh. Let's see how much it saves. It's enough. If it's good enough for silver, that's good enough for me. I'm not too worried about these time trials, and that's definitely the most exhilarating going forward. Maybe for a completionist thing, I'll go back and do that after completing the rest of all the different races. That's also being a little torturous at the same time. So I don't know that I really want to do that. But we'll see. I'm surprised I got as far as I have already today with these races I've been able to complete. Okay, that could have went worse. This is always the part I gotta pay attention to navigate through S turns there. Cut through the middle. I can do that better. So not quite the gold, but good enough for silver. Okay. Oh, I'm fine with that.
You have been awarded the silver medal.
Yeah, we got that silver. Definitely stands out amongst the gold, though. Austrian Challenge. I bet that's a single race. Okay. What else we got here? Snakebite Challenge. Viper GTS. Okay. Well, before I go further, I'm going to take a quick break. So you guys take a fast nap for a minute. I'll be right back. Folks, he's back. Wakey, wakey. We got 2 hours, 8 minutes in this stream. We got 4 beautiful face gamers watching at this moment. Where was the GTS? This one. I'll do this one. Pick your poison. The ominous Viper GTS or the muscular Cobra R. You've got 3 laps around Palm City Island to see which snake has more bite. If you want to earn a medal, you have to place in the top 3. And between the SVT Cobra R and the Viper GTS, I'm going Viper GTS. I'm going with the classic red. This is a striped. No, but that's okay. Solid red's good too. We're going with it. Alright, looks like the predominant vehicle is the Viper GTS in this race. Ghoul is back, so are some of the others. Looks like that's a good shortcut too. You might actually lose first. Nope, we're okay. Let's hit walls. We got 3 laps. I don't think this is going to be one that's really difficult. I say that it's still these leaves are killer. And again, we don't care about signs here. We're just knocking everything over. At least I didn't hit that tree. Gaining. Had to hit that.
This is the last lap.
Four base gamers are still tuning in. Thank you all. Starting to feel it a good bit, so this may be the last race for this part of the stream. I may pick it up again after a little bit if I can, but if not, I'll be back tomorrow for sure. We're definitely going to finish this game. And I'll also have this uploaded to YouTube. So the YouTube link is on my Twitch page, youtube.com/DMMDestroyer. I have the other featured broadcasts passwords up there as well. And some clips from the Battlefield campaign I did last week. And hopefully I'll be able to get some more of the clips. Stop crashing into walls. But all of you appreciate that are watching live or on YouTube and it's playing from there, or through the replay on Twitch. Catching this after broadcast. There will be plenty more of retro gaming content, updated, fresh coats of paint for this modern era. At least we're holding first place. Got him.
Congratulations! You have won the gold!
Yeah, I think I will first knock out through the deep woods of coastal parklands. Don't finish a lap last and you'll stay alive. Fall behind and you'll be eliminated. Finish in the top 3 to earn your prize. And we have the Corvette Z06, Vauxhall, Speedster, the GTS Coupe. I think I might have to just try Corvette. So with this stream, we should be hitting affiliate status by the time this thing is all said and done. If we can get some more beautiful base gamers to jump in on here. I'm not sure how we can get them to hurry up, but they need to hurry up because I got to make these numbers. I got to get about 4 to 5 people on average for the next at least 2 hours. I'm going to try to go for 2 hours at a minimum. And we hit 50 followers today. We're at 51 right now. And that was the other major requirement, the milestone. Reaching that in only 2 weeks. I started this from scratch with nothing on April 15th, 2022. And today is May 2nd, 2022. And this account is from 2009, but the streaming was not taken into consideration until recent. But here we are. Here we are. Welcome, third beautiful base gamer watching, and welcome to this historic stream. We are making history. Now I trust that the audio is still okay, where you can hear me, the game, and the music. You'll have to let me know, White Hat, if you're available. Five by 5 sounds good to me. Okay, so this is 5 laps. So this must be short circuit. But so far, we're just crushing. I guess after those 2 hours or so that we played the other day, got me back into the groove of things. As Ash would say, groovy. Of course, that's going to be dated for any of the Zoomers that have no idea what Evil Dead is. Heck, I didn't even watch Evil Dead movies until a couple weeks ago. for the first time ever, finally seeing Evil Dead 2, and then Army of Darkness. And then there's that newer show that came out in 2015, which is like, I watched some of the pilot. It's okay. I don't think that's something I can get into, but it seems like it's fine for what it was. But I have to say that I'm definitely a fan equally of all three, and they all have their own charm. There's a lot of people that start off with Evil Dead 2 and then go to Army of Darkness. I think that's a mistake. There's a lot of character and just unique overall atmosphere, story, characters in the first movie that you don't get to see. You miss out on if you go straight to the sequel, because the sequel is like Bruce Campbell called it a requel, where it's like a remake of the first, but it's also a sequel at the same time, because they didn't have copyrights to your original own movie. I saw that from a YouTube clip. That's what I do. So like, I'll go back and I'll watch these old movies from the 70s, 80s, 90s, early 2000s that I see at all, ever, because it's hard for me to sit down and watch media. And I did that a good bit a couple weeks ago. I was catching up on a lot of them. And then I'll go and I'll look up the trivia on the movie and stuff like that to get more even in-depth story, context behind the stuff. Overlord of Darkness is here. He is here. And please bear with me, everyone. As you know, it's hard for me to look at chat, drive at the same time. We learned our lesson last time with that. Then again, I can hit walls even if I'm looking at the game. So, whatever. Oh, that's right, this is knockout. So each lap, it will knock out the person in last place. So that was what, 2 minutes last lap? This is like a 10-minute race, a little bit under 10 minutes. I don't think I'm going to have a problem. They're like way far behind, you can see on the map. Yeah, that first turn needs some more braking done. But we are up to 5. That is very, very nice. 5 of you beautiful faced gamers watching. And I was able to put up some free content and paid content today on the Patreon. So please go to patreon.com/DMMDestroyer and you'll see a video clip where I monologue a little bit about today's art. It's on the channel that was provided by Radio Hub. Forget the whole thing. White Hat can type in the stream if he likes. And was able to talk some more in depth about the 50th subscriber, or follower, excuse me, because followers are different from subscribers on Twitch. So please do go check out that video. It's 3 minutes, 22 seconds long. It's also on the YouTube. So youtube.com/DMMDestroyer. Make sure you're subscribed and rung the notification bell over there if you have not yet, so that you can see all updates, because we know how YouTube is with never wanting to show anybody stuff that they're subscribed to. Oh, that is not good. Okay, so I'm not going to take that quote-unquote shortcut the next time. I'm going to have to try to remember that. I do look forward to catching up to the chat with all you guys that are actively sending stuff to me. Alright, I did better that time. Finally, with that first major hairpin turn. the Z06 is being the Z06. This guy's getting aggressive. The AI is big mad. He's blowing his horn, I'll blow mine. Oh no. Oh no. Didn't matter. I didn't intentionally do the pit maneuver. He got the pit maneuver. Then I'm getting Z06'd with this traction control. Or lack of, I should say. Okay, I know that quote-unquote shortcut's coming up and I need to not take it. Oh no, I took it. So I need to turn left next time. Because, yeah. So this guy's probably going to take first again. Nope. I was able to recover just enough. Coming up on final lap.
It's the final lap.
Didn't get it as nice that time. I can tell as we continue to shoot. What? No. As we continue to make progress in these races, I'm gonna have to continue to focus more and more. These things are starting to get serious when you're running the 400 plus horsepower Corvette and mowing over signs. The Corvette is hungry and it needs its sign. We are up to 7 beautiful based gamers watching. Welcome and thank you for being a part of this historic broadcast. And because of every single one of you that are watching, we will hit the numbers that we need to make affiliate status. And that's historic after only 2 weeks reaching affiliate status. Another friend of mine who does Twitch streaming said it took her months to get affiliate. That was bad. And for me to reach that in only 2 weeks just goes to show the wonderful people that are in my life that I have, like on my Facebook. And while not everybody is as supportive as you guys, it's all about quality versus quantity. And it's been a life motto of mine for a very long time. Because it doesn't matter how many friends you have. It matters who they are as individuals. We won. Awesome.
You have been awarded the gold.
All right, let's catch up with you guys over here. White Hat game stream, no problem. I'm being busy. I am glad that you were able to come over here and bring some folks with you. And then, of course, the gracious Overlord of Darkness is here. Behold the price of ultimate power. Ultimate power, as the meme would do. Imagine reading and driving. Only truly skilled racers do that. Lel. I agree, Overlord. Radio Free Hub City. Thank you, White Hat Game Stream. That was the generous content contributor. Also, can you imagine doing this with an actual Corvette? Like thousands of dollars in damage bouncing off of a guardrail? Well, there's plenty of clips online of people that do that. Some of the most cringe ones is when you see like the Enzo Ferrari get destroyed when there was only like, what, 500 of those made? It's ridiculous. All right, so what do we have? Championship tournament number 2. Tournament. The second championship tournament in this tree lets you choose between a wide variety of cars. This 4-race tourney will take you through each of the locales to truly test your skill. You'll have to do well enough in each of the races to finish in the top 3 of the final tournament standings if you want to earn a medal and advance your career. We're not doing this. Were you changing cars? My apologies. But that was garbage. 6 of you, beautiful base gamers, tuning in. Thank you. Try the Jag. Technically 30 minutes into this stream, but not technically 30 minutes of gameplay. But that's okay. Before people were able to join, I was saying how on the export that I do to YouTube, I chapter the races and events in the stream so people have a much easier time of navigating and knowing where what is what in the video rather than having to just skip around blindly. And then I'll go back and update the Twitch video description so they can do the same. It's not as nice or efficient as it is on the YouTube side to add bookmarks and chapters, but at least it's a reference there, better than nothing for them to go by. Okay, so we're definitely better off than what we were. I'm not picking that Mercedes again, that's for sure. Fifth place, we did not even see that last time, so I think we're alright. I'm not going to pick it, but I wonder how the Mustang would do. Maybe I will at some point. I'll be forced to pick the Mustang during these races. I'll avoid it if I can. But not as much as I'm going to avoid picking that Mercedes again. Good grief. Yeah, that's right, he needs to move out of the way. Oh my. Well, I hope that the day went okay for all of you, considering this was a Monday. Nice little swarm that we can get around, hopefully. Maybe. Fourth is okay. We're still on lap 1. Felt like we were on lap 2 by now.
Last lap.
Oh, now we are. Okay, that was in my favor. I used them as a guardrail. But this guy's slow. got to be aggressive. This guy in first is way up there. Curious to see what he's driving. So what it comes down to is, what is it that's going to win races? It could be a Mini Cooper with a 1,000 horsepower engine. Wouldn't matter. They would win the race. At least on the straights. Let's see, we're about halfway through this lap. I wonder. I may not be able to catch him. He's got one heck of a lead. I want to see what he has. Oh, 30 seconds to go. What are they driving? It is a Mustang. Okay, that's hilarious. Oh no, not enough. Jerk. So the Mustang is the fastest one in this tournament. At least average speed-wise, he was. 7 of you beautiful base gamers tuning in. Thank you. Making history happen today. Make a liar out of me. I'm going to try the Mustang. Race 2 of 4 in this tournament. Back at Palm City, one of my favorite locations in this game so far. It's basically Florida. Okay, I can definitely tell acceleration-wise the Mustang is the best out of the crew in this specific AI group set for this tournament. Because I just like flopped right in the first place and no problem. Top speed, the other cars have it. At least most of them did, as you guys saw from the stats screen. But I just want to win. So That's the idea. Okay. Dirt path it is then. You know, I'm not sure if once I complete the championship on here, I think the other mode was Hot Pursuit, I might save that one for another time, kind of like how I saved the Allied campaign in Battlefield 1942, and then come back to it. I'm not 100% sure which one, what game title will be next in line yet. It's one of those things where I'm not sticking to a rigid schedule, because when it comes to work, no matter what kind of work it is, whether it's broadcasting while playing a game or anything else, work is absolutely miserable if it's not doing something that you enjoy. And I know it's a meme, you know, it's a game, it's gaming, right? You know, so it's supposed to be just enjoyable in general. But if I'm playing a game that I'm not enjoying, then nobody's going to want to watch, because then I'm not going to be into it. I'm not going to be being proper broadcaster. So it'll be one of those things where I will kind of just wing it. The game list will be large and long, and believe me, there's plenty. What I'll probably do is I'll compile a list of tentative games that I'm going to upgrade, mod, etc. Throw it up on my webpage and see if that's better for people, because there is a scheduling option on Twitch, but you'd have to go back and re-edit it all the time. So maybe I post it to the Patreon.
This is your final lap
for a public view. Try to gain more eyeballs to the Patreon, so that way we can continue to build that up. And we did get our first patron yesterday. So that was a historic event yesterday as well. So we get our first patron. And then today, after this stream, we will reach affiliate. White Hat Game Stream says, I hereby request all cars be base and red pill colored. Well, I don't know about all of them being red, but we definitely have the Mustang in red. So I wonder if on the next race I'll have to pick the Mustang again. Might need to, just to finish this tournament out. Don't want to mess that up. Okay, so to explain that reference as to why I'm saying tournament is tournament, there's a text-to-chat or a text-to-voice bot in Twitch that I saw on Simply's streaming channel, and everybody was throwing in the bits or whatever to make the bot say the word tournament over and over again, and it says it like a British physique dialect. It's a tournament. It doesn't just say tournament, it's tournament. So it kind of just stuck with me while I'm playing this game. The word keeps coming up over and over again. See, you can tell it's getting a little bit easier because I'm actually able to talk and actually look at the chat. Barely, but I'm doing it. The most important thing is, though, here we are at almost 45 minutes technically into the stream. And there are 7 beautiful based gamers watching. That is history in the making. And there is the invisible tree. Invincible. I'm visible. It is visible. It's just invincible. I only hit it once last stream. Hopefully that's the only time I hit it this time. This lap is almost over. Pay attention to the road. Quit looking at the time. Oh no. Oh no. He is up. He's up there behind me. They all caught up out of nowhere. Me goofing off. We can't have that because I already hit second place once in the first one. I think I'm going to play it safe and I'm going to continue to use this Mustang for the rest of this. It's only 2 more races. Safe. Whew. Okay, I'm gonna do a replay just because of how short the race is. Bear with me. That was annoying. 8 beautiful base gamers are watching this historic drive stream. Thank you for making history and making this affiliate possible after only 2 weeks of broadcasting. A feat that is not easily done. And as I said earlier, a couple races ago or so, it is about quality, not quantity, with the people in your life. And while numbers are beneficial in certain things, when it comes to the people in your life, quality is what really matters, because those are the ones that will be there for you and help you when you need it. Especially when they know you're in circumstances that are completely beyond your control. And if it wasn't for very few select key elite people in my life, I would not even be alive today to be able to even see you guys, talk to you, or do the many things that I've done throughout my life so far, whether it be creating a news site out of scratch and building it up from nothing, and then becoming an accredited journalist, an editor, interviewing candidates running for the President of the United States even, multi-million-dollar, billion-dollar corporations having me do work on security and IT or updating systems, and just so much else in between. Like owning my own business at 22, and while the recession definitely hit hard in 2008 in Maryland. Especially, it never recovered in Western Maryland, ever. That place is still destroyed. But I got that experience that I needed. It took me further to the next level and the next level. And people said you had to have 4-year college degrees, that you could never leave your small town, you could never go work in big Seattle for these corporations and even the government that run the modern world. I was able to pull that off, all these miracles, through the help and support of the key elite people. Friends that are family, they're not even related to me. So when it comes to actual family, Mom is gone. She passed away 2 years ago. My dad is almost gone, but he was absent basically my entire adult life. He turned around at the end, got saved, accepted Christ. And that was good because he changed into a much better person, genuine change, not a persona, not just faking it. A legitimate change, you could tell. No trouble this time. But he's almost gone. You know, he's not doing well with his health. He doesn't have anything. He can't help me. And then otherwise, blood relatives. I'm the last of everybody. Their family trees are all gone. Brothers and sisters, everything. I have no cousins. Nothing. So it's always friends that have been family to me, that have helped me through the hardest of times. Like right now even. And they know who they are, and they're fine. Before I continue that comment, White Hat Game Stream says, need to make DMMDestroyer the gaming correspondent for Radio Free Hub City. There is only so much I can do at a time. But I'm sure there's the chance to do that in the near future. I'm not saying no, obviously. And we still have 8 of you beautiful base gamers watching. Thank you. And listening to me ramble about my websites, Twitter, and everything else. So with Twitter, I couldn't get in for years. I had through my Facebook page, my personal Facebook page, public figure Facebook page, which is facebook.com/David Malekar, Malekar. Go like it. Yeah. So it would auto post to Twitter for me, and it was working for years. But then Facebook stopped it back in 2019. So I think that I did not make a legitimate tweet of my own within my own Twitter account since probably 2015, 2014, maybe even 2013. It's been a very long time. And I just recently, after the acquisition of Twitter by Mr. Elon Musk, I sent 2 days in a row trouble tickets in saying, give me back my account or Elon will. And I was tongue-in-cheek saying that I was POC as well, so stop being bigots. So, after 2 days of sending that, I finally get a response after...
This is your final lap.
I don't even remember how many. Over 4. And maybe even close to like 6 or 7 requests over the many years saying, hey, let me back into my Twitter. I can't log in. Unbelievable. And I wasn't even asking in an unreasonable way. The way I was asking to get back in was completely reasonable. And they were just totally blowing me off. But after I mentioned Musk 2 days in a row, POC, as you can see, predominantly Hebrew person here. they finally respond, and within 2 days, I'm back in. So I finally made a new tweet, or tweets on there. And the subject matter that's in those tweets will also be covered on my Patreon. But what's up there now is pretty self-explanatory. It goes along with what I was saying about how I have quite a good many haters that are my greatest fans. Such a shame too, because it doesn't have to be this way. Free will is a thing. People make the choices that they do. And it doesn't matter what you say, they're going to think what they think on their own. Well, we made it this time. First.
You have been awarded the gold medal.
All right. We will take that. White Hat Game Stream says, when you're ready, my friend. I will. We will do something. We will collab. 31 points. Just absolutely stomping everybody else. Foreign Sprint Challenge. A slew of non-American cars await you in this point-to-point sprint race through Autumn Crossing. You'll have to come in third or better if you want to earn a medal here. I think we're going to see some heavy cars in this one. 1 hour and 5 minutes in. Oh, we got 5 of you beautiful base gamers still tuning in. The 911 Turbo. A GTS Coupe again. Haha! I think I'm going to go to the 360 Spider. Yeah, definitely between the 911 Turbo and the Spider. Yeah, and in red. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot you could do this. Actually look at it. Yeah, it's definitely better textured and detailed. The graphics mod. I'm all about that. Be racing. Where we going? Oh, I can actually hear my own music now this time, unlike last stream. So this is Sonic. Yeah, it's Green Hill Zone, I think. But it's Overclock Remix, so like it's probably got like a funny title and all that stuff. I wasn't able to play the Sega consoles growing up, so my expertise on Sonic is not that much. Would have liked to have played the original games all the way through. Maybe that's something I do on here. I know most people that are younger than myself now more associate Sonic with like Sonic Adventure and Onward, and then of course the whole flop, yeah, the whole fanfic thing. It's all the cringy stuff that goes along with the Sonic community. I'm not sure if Overlord of Darkness is still able to be with us on the stream right now, but he has made quite a few videos on his channel, the YouTube clips of Sonic. So of course I'm always going to hype him and promote him on the stream. Okay, whoever's in first is just gone. Oh, we are catching. Work. I look at it this way: hitting the reset button is better than the restart race, because I know it's kind of quote unquote cheating. But not trying to do 50,000 restarts. This is one lap. Wonder how much. Oh, it's right up here. I'm not going to be able to catch him. Shoot. This was a single race, wasn't it? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was.
You have been awarded the silver.
We'll come back to that one. We'll come back to that one. I'm not going to restart that one right now. Whitehead Game Stream says Sonic & Knuckles was amazing because it brought new life to all the original Sonic games. Yeah, that is very true. I know enough history of it to know that much. Overlord of Darkness is still here, and he says, now this is silver posting. Yes, it is. Oh, that's right. I skipped over this one. Part of these because they were Mercedes. You get to drive the boats again. Time trial. Oh, even better. This challenge is simple. Take the Mercedes. Yeah, this challenge is simple. You're driving a boat. Mercedes CL55 AMG out on wine country and turn a lap time of 3:20 to move on. If you can beat 3:10, you'll earn the silver. But if you want it all, you'll have to beat a blistering 3 minutes flat. Very well. Look at me. I want to try something else. Yeah, that looks good. We'll go with that. White Hat Game Stream says Sonic Spinball was great too. Yeah, I've seen some clips of that. I've seen some footage. 7 beautiful base gamers watching. Thank you. All right, 3 laps. What was it? 3 minutes for gold. I think it was like 3:30 for bronze. 3:10 for silver, something like that. I'm not gonna stress it too much because I'm on a boat. In my peripheral, I saw a chat. Burnout 3, yes, is a fantastic game. I don't know if there was a PC version of that or if the oldest version of Burnout that was available for PC was Paradise, which I did not care for Paradise. I think it was Revenge. There was Burnout 3 and Revenge are my 2 favorite ones that I really enjoyed because they had that core gameplay mechanics and just they were overall like the most solid games. And that was Hogue Nation. Welcome, Hogue Nation. It took me a second to see the whole thing. So welcome to the stream, Hogue Nation, being part of history. You know, I was chatting with Hogue Nation earlier. He is definitely one of the hype men to make this all possible and happen. And I don't believe I mentioned it yet on stream, but I was able to do a capture, and I'm gonna put it on the Patreon on a public view, and I'll probably put it on the website too, my personal website. Maybe even do a YouTube clip recording of it. But it is of all of the, what I call the founding followers, that made it possible for me to reach that requirement for 50 in affiliate. And I'm going to make sure that they are preserved forever so that people know where it all began, who was responsible. And again, for the new viewers who are just turning in, I did upload a exclusive free content video on the Patreon, patreon.com/DMMDestroyer, talking about the 50th follower today that made it possible to break that milestone. Because now we're 51. Okay, I think I might be able to hit gold on this. Silver is guaranteed, because if I got that kind of a time in lap 1, and I was bouncing a little bit, I think we're okay. I think we can manage. But you go watch that video, and please consider becoming a patron, because it will continue to help and support me, and be able to continue to make everything grow. And I'll be adding plenty of content to there. There's also exclusive Discord access, where you get the beautiful based gamer tag to your name by becoming a patron. It's $6. I set it as low as I possibly could to make it both reasonable for myself and for people, because I want them to have easy access to the content and information as a thank you. And I figure if it's a reasonable price, that more people will be more able to do that, especially in these ridiculous times that we live in. With, so they say, over 8%. We know the true inflation rate's over 2,000. You know, if you go to a calculator on a certain website, it'll tell you what it actually is from the year 1913 to now. It's pretty savage. But I am not a financial advisor, and listen to nothing I say. Disclaimers. Alright, hopefully I can reach the... We're hitting silver. Well, we already hit silver. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully I can reach the gold. I guess that part isn't really as much as my fault as I thought it was, because the sun glare goes extremely intense. And that's a side effect of the lens flare effects being increased with the graphics overhaul. And this is like the only map that happens on anyway, so I'm not complaining. It may have been one other spot, or it was probably the same track but just in reverse, or mirrored. I haven't even used any of the points to buy anything yet in the free mode. I'll probably wait until the very end. Just buy everything all at once on stream. It's like a bonus for everybody. Oh, so close to that gold.
Last lap.
Oh, I only shaved off a second. Okay, so pretty much, man, you got to have a perfect driving line in order to hit gold on this one, because of the boat that you're driving. Alright, I'm going to focus MLG mode, and then I'll look at chat after this is over, be able to catch up with you guys. There's 5 of you beautiful base gamers watching. As long as I can keep maintaining about that number, we should wake up tomorrow to affiliate status. And then I'll put a video clip of when that happens on Patreon too. Yeah, we're getting silver. We'll make one dedicated stream to getting all golds. It's called the Grind Fest or something. So Hogue Nation, if you go to YouTube and go to my channel or type in DMMDestroyer Burnout 3, you'll see a really old clip come up for that game of me in a Grand Prix car hitting a gold time trial. And it took me so many retries. And it was one of those times where I had the game hooked up to a capture card. I was able to record it. So go watch that, because you'll see the comments from 10 years ago and such. But there's people that are still looking it up and watching it and commenting on it today. And they're really impressed with how I was able to do that. And to my own credit, that track is hard. And I still got it even with I think it was one crash, maybe two at most, but that was all you could afford. And it was a solid, almost 4-minute track, driving over 190 miles per hour consistently, almost consistently, all boosting. I wonder if that's a shortcut. I didn't see that the last 2 times. I think it is. Yeah, I think that would shave off some time. I certainly won't remember that when I come back and replay this map or whatever. Hopefully I'll subconsciously remember it and it'll trigger that memory when I come back to this later on. Whatever, silver. Yes. Yes.
You have been awarded the silver medal.
Okay. BMW Alpine Challenge Tournament. Take your pick of BMWs and complete across each of the Alpine tracks in this tournament. Earn enough points throughout the tournament to finish in the top 3 to move on. Okay. Three races. I was looking for the number and I didn't see it, so there it is. 3. 1 hour and 22 minutes in stream. 5 of you beautiful base gamers still tuning in. Thank you. Oh, this one isn't a very big selection. BMW and BMW. I don't want the M5. I'll go with the Z8. The Z8 in black. Here we go. It was almost a clean shortcut. Kind of was forced to take it, but it ended up being a benefit anyways. And whoever's in first is killing it. course, they are driving a Z8. There's only 6 racers on this one. This was technically an earlier challenge anyways, and I totally skipped over these first 2. I don't want to jinx myself. I'm surprised with the water I'm chugging that I've not had to take a BRB. So I think I will need to after this one. That's probably why the thought came to mind. Always deconstruct why your thoughts are coming from where and why. It's called critical thinking. It's something that they don't want you to do.
This is the last lap.
They being schools and other institutions of corruption. Oh, did I say that one out loud? English has said that for Patreon. Oh, whatever. I know nothing. I'm just a broadcaster doing entertainment. Take nothing I say seriously. It's all parody. Because on our streams we do a little bit of trolling. This one was a rather pleasant, relaxing race compared to some of these others. I am so surprised I did not clip that wall. Thought I was going to. Screenshot, that's wallpaper right there. That mountain. I think I mentioned that last time. I'm sure. It's nice. There's some good quality desktop wallpapers in these streams with these updated games. Because I'm telling you, if you were to go back, throw this game on, the PS2 version, you would see jagged edges all over the place, textures wouldn't be as rich, and lighting effects wouldn't be as dynamic would be a better word to say. If there wasn't anything in the registry to pop out. We'll use our peak American education. Verbs, describing words. English was not my favorite subject. Thought it was boring. It has its purpose, but public school English classes, high school, they make you take it every year. It's usually lots of time wasted on the most repetitive things that are not actually teaching you and advancing your vocabulary and such. I don't care. I don't care. That's your first race down. 1 hour, 28 minutes in. I think I might be able to finish this tournament before I take a break. It's okay. Let's pick a different color this time though. Let's go for red. So I definitely like red and black for my sports vehicles. Two laps on this one. Yeah, this is a fairly short tournament in comparison to the other ones. That was smoother than I thought it would be. That wasn't. You know, I'm so used to Forza driving physics, and I'm talking. I played the snot out of all of them, up to 4. 4 is where I left off. I don't know if I 100%ed 4 or not, but I know I did for the other first 3.
This is your final lap.
And then once it went into the Horizon sub-franchise and everything like that, kind of lost touch with all of it. Yours truly kind of cut off himself from the gaming world after 2011, the majority of most things. I played a little bit of League of Legends in 2011 with my friend Derek. It was a much better community back then, company-wise and community-wise. I don't even feel like going into all the reasons why, but it was better, to put it that way. And then, really, I really didn't get into anything else. Kind of after that, because that's when the whole post 2013 gaming was a mistake meme became a thing with the microtransactions and the death of soul of these corporations switching out leadership and everything. And that's why we're doing this. We're here. Hogue Nation asks, is Hot Pursuit better or worse than Underground? Underground, that's a hard one to compare to because Underground is its own subcategory, being about the, Fast and Furious, Zeke culture and all of that. And I would say if you compared all of them to all of them, probably normal Hot Pursuit would beat out Underground with the longevity because it lasted longer as a franchise-ish. But if you were comparing like this game to like Underground 1, I would pick Underground 1. Just for the fact that I am a car enthusiast and I do like being able to mod vehicles and such. So Underground 1 would beat this one. And I'm gonna try to get that installed. I have copies of that, and I'll see if there's any updates and graphics mods and such. I'm sure there is, and I'm interested to see what it would be. And that's definitely on the list of things to look into. We are 1 hour and 34 minutes into this stream, and we have 6 beautiful base gamers watching, making the dream come true, helping me hit affiliate status today. And it'll take a day or two to register through Twitch, but like I said a little bit earlier, when it does, I will put that content, my reaction, up on Patreon. And I'm not 100% sure if I'll make that one public or not. I would, because I've only got one post right now that's set to subscriber only for my first patron, as a thank you to them, because I want to make it worthwhile, where people feel like their hard-earned money is getting them some exclusive content. And there is. We've only just begun. This is only starting from absolutely nothing 2 weeks ago to here we are today, making the numbers to make affiliate. And then it's back to the path to partnership. And we're going to hit that 750 follower goal. We'll have the average of 75 viewers at a time, or whatever it is that's required, these massive numbers. Because there's plenty of people out there that are looking for the games that they love, that are ignored, that are abandoned, updated, played by one of their fellow old-timers. Back in our day, we had no cell phones when we were children. We had to take the quarter, put it into the payphone, and otherwise you had to do the 1-800 collect calls. Say, pick up, Grandma. I'm still at school. That was nice. What is this one? That's just one lap. I better pay attention. I think this is the last race, race 3 of 3. So I will take a BRB after this. It's not a difficult map, I just have to pay attention. Plus I'm getting a little uncomfortable starting a little bit, so I'm not quite as sharp as what I would be when I normally start on the stream, or as enthusiastic. But we're here. Come on. Finish this off. Awesome. Oh.
You have been awarded the goal!
Thank you. Appreciate that, announcer. A tough knockout around island outskirts is what this challenge is all about. It's 3 laps where the last racer to finish each is eliminated. Finish in the top 3 to earn a medal. 911, the GTS. I don't like seeing that one. Don't want it. I've already used the 360, so I in all fairness, should use the 911. I suppose I can give it a shot. If not, I'm coming back and picking that 360 Modena again. So this is only 3 laps, because there's only like 4 races total. Let's go! They definitely did a good job on the modeling for this one. Looks nice. Woohoo! We missed a tree. I'm all about that. All for it. Deceived me. Did not realize that was, yeah, whatever. It's okay, we're flying. Of course, it's cheating at the same time because I'm hitting walls, but coming in hot. Come on, come on. Okay, we're still on first lap, so this will probably be about a 9-minute race. Oh, that's some serious. Yeah. Okay, note to self. Last part's a little bit of a gamble. 5 beautiful based gamers that are still tuning in and making the dream come alive, helping affiliate status be achieved this stream. We are 1 hour and 48 technical minutes in. And of course this stream, along with all other major feature presentations, as I like to call them, are exported and uploaded and bookmarked, chaptered for easy access and navigation within the video on YouTube at youtube.com/DMMDestroyer. So please do subscribe and notification bell set to all. if you have not done that already. Squish. It's okay. It's a nice little volcanic magma area. Lava. Shoot. So it's about 2/3 of the lap done, so I need to remember that last part's quite a doozy, being with your nose of your car going up in the air. But they're kind of far behind, so it's not very concerning. Alright, so a little bit more controlled that time, yeah. Rather than going flying straight into a palm tree.
Last lap.
That was rough. We'll just eat those signs now. It's the last lap. Doesn't matter. We'll just eat everything. Okay. Doing it. 1 hour and 52 minutes in. 4 of you beautiful base gamers still tuning in. We must finish Lee strong. Oh, I forgot. We're at the end. It's okay. Still made it though. No palm trees for 8 on that lap. We made it. It made it.
You have been awarded the gold.
Yeah, thank you. American Sprint Challenge. You get your choice of American muscle in this sprint through scenic drive. If you want a medal, you might want to consider ripping through some of the many shortcuts on this forced track. You'll have to blow away the competition and finish in the top 3 to earn a medal in advance. It's probably like 3 races. Viper, Cobra, Z06. This is the Viper GTS with the stripe. The other Viper that we saw did not have that, if I remember correctly, which is nice. And then the SVT Cobra R is preferred to the other Mustang for sure, in my opinion. And we've driven the V06. I want to drive. I want to drive this Viper. I do. It's hard to believe that the Dodge Viper was basically created out of a person's backyard, built entirely by hand. Some old school car lore for you. Oh, you know what? Let's do this. Let's do this. And thank you for the 4 beautiful based gamers watching live. Wow. It's fun. This is only 1 lap too. Count. So I mentioned about taking the shortcuts. So of course that's always easier said than done if you don't know where they are. Wow, that's a long fly. But it kind of threw us in a shortcut at the same time, so it's a bit of a benefit that we did not intend. I'm all for it. Low lift. But can't complain being in the top 3 already. You know, I really should use the brake more often. If this was simulation controls like with Forza, I would. Obviously. Oh no! No! Can't there we go, reset. Did the reset with the 360 cam, so it just dropped in midair. I guess the other side was a shortcut. But it's not that big of a deal because we're painting on them anyways. Come on, man! He put me into that guardrail. I wonder how long this track is. Technically, it says first. Ouch. It's like, shut up. I really hate missing those shortcuts with the hitbox, like just barely. But whatever. We're there. Thank goodness. We broke 2 hours, technically. 4 of you are still
You have
tuning
been
in.
awarded the gold medal.
The 4 beautiful base gamers that are still tuning in, thank you, thank you. Alright, what's next? Did I not do this one up here? I guess not. The Austrian Challenge. Australian. It's a single race through scenic drive to prove which of the 2 Australian cars can claim to be the best. You have your choice of the Ford TS50 or the HSV Coupe GTS. Finish in the top 3 to earn a medal. Since I have driven this one already, I guess I might as well, just for the sake of things. I'm not personally a fan of that car. We'll do it in yellow. Okay. Not a terrible start. This is a one-lap race. Air into shortcut, sure. I'll take it. Except how far does the shortcut go? Not that great if you hit a tree. Once you get stuck on one of those walls, you're going with it. It's hard to turn out of. So all that just to go back to 8th. That was efficient. So we'll take that. Alright, first isn't that far. So we'll make it. We're gonna do it. Why? Why? Why are you gonna roll on that? Why? Just reset. Hopefully this is the restart. That was a shortcut. How far away that checkered flag is. Well, I thought I was going to be able to make it, but it's not. Just like that. Ha ha ha. Made it in first. It's a miracle.
Congratulations! You have won the gold medal!
With a beat up front end. Oh well. We're not too worried about the aesthetics of that car ended up being what it was anyways. Mediterranean Open. This tournament takes you through each of the courses in the Mediterranean location. You have your choice of powerful vehicles from Dodge, Porsche, and Ferrari. Earn enough tournament points to finish in the top 3 in the final standings and you'll grab a medal. Okay. 3 races. We have to go with the Spider again. Sure. Sunflare again. Lovely. The 360 Spider Modena is actually one of the more affordable Porsche, excuse me, the affordable Ferrari that you can buy, especially if you get it used. And it is also a fantastic car, and the fact that you can see the engine through the clear cover is just awesome. It's one of those cars that I never have had a chance to see up close in person, just on the road. I would love to, at one point, drive one of those, or be in the car of one of those, just to see it. My favorite vehicle, which I don't believe is in this game at all, is the Nissan Skyline R34 B-Spec 2, and even more specifically, the Nuremberg edition. That's the pinnacle Skyline of my choice. The Skyline GTR, the newer one, it's fine. It's good. It's amazing. It's an amazing car. But I'm stuck on the R34. And I have never seen one in person, even on the road. To my memory, I don't think I've ever seen it. It's an R32, it's an R33, not the R34. And it's probably because it's not street legal in the United States just yet. I know it's this decade that it comes in, but we'll see how. Let's see how that timeline goes. Yeah. Okay, it's one lap. I knew I was going to mess up that spot. right into second place. Can we make first happen? Fourth, wow, big jump. No, not the wall. But we're gaining enough, I think, that we can make it. That could have been way worse, though, for me. Got it. Okay. Next race. Thank you once again to the 4 of you beautiful base gamers that are still watching, helping me make this number towards affiliate. Hopefully it will be completed when it updates tomorrow. I'll be able to make the number. I think my average was like 2.96 or something like that. So considering we had a good solid 5 up to 7, even 8. I think that's the first time I've seen 8 on this stream. Let's see if we can mix it up a little bit. Let's go with yellow on it. Why not? That was just fantastic, wasn't it? Okay, this is a 2-lap race. For some reason I was still thinking it was only 1, probably because the others have been racing and had only 1. Good many of them did.
last lap.
We can do that. Get it under 6 minutes. I could have took that shortcut. Shit. It's okay. One of the things I've realized with the graphical updates and such that we're able to do with this game is that the walls and barriers of certain areas look so good compared to the original that it makes me believe that you can actually drive over those areas, when in reality it's a hard wall. So that can be a little disorienting, but it's okay. It's not like it's been game breaking or anything of that nature. Bumped up to 5. Welcome, you beautiful based gamer. In the affiliate stream. Road 2, that is. Hopefully this is enough. After this one's done, it refreshes the block. So, everybody that joins in is definitely appreciated. We are now 2 hours 19 minutes in. One more to go. All right, finish it off with the 911. Yeah, I'll stick with red. Here we go. Two laps on this one too. This could be a potential big jump. Big enough. Oh no. We're getting there. Five-minute race, basically.
This is your final lap.
She's banging against the walls. Wow. Host 47. Yes. 51 followers. Awesome, sir. I'll be able to properly read that comment here in a minute. But thank you for tuning in. Post 47 says, I got you on in the room. I'm doing some cleaning. Well, thank you for giving the support. While giving the house your support at the same time.
You have been awarded the gold medal.
Awesome. I'm gonna take a very quick break, folks, but I will be right back. There's 4 beautiful base gamers to be watching, so thank you. So I will be back in a minute.
cool, dude. It's Moon Patrol.
All right, I'm here. I'm here. Back. Pony car challenge. It's the classic pony car, the SVT Mustang Cobra R. Battle it out over 4 laps on fall wins. Finish in the top 3 to earn a medal. To the loyal 4 beautiful based gamers still watching, making history, thank you. Thank you. We are almost 2 hours and now 30 minutes into this technical stream. I forget how many I spent pre-set up, but you know. Whatever, it all counts. Everybody's a red SVT car. 4 laps. It's kind of funny seeing so many of them. Barriers, yeah, just hit them all. Hit them all. Considering it's 4 laps, there's plenty of opportunity to do that over and over again. Here we go. Laps. So this is about a 10 minutes race. Actually, it's only a little bit longer. Oh, lovely. We love to eat those signs. This Mustang is hungry. Told you. Doing what I can to hang in here for you guys. I'm trying to go for 3 hours. At least break 3 hours. I think we can pull it off. We're at 2 hours and 35 minutes in now. And those 4 beautiful faced gamers are still with us. Still watching. Rails and all. But all things considered, this isn't a bad race. Like, they're very far behind. At least I avoided the barrier that time. They were spinning out. One more.
It's the final lap.
We switched it up for the last lap. The other way. 5 of you. Thank you. 5 beautiful face gamers watching. 2 hours and 38 minutes. Because of your efforts, all of you watching. When you see me look over to the sides, because that's where my Chromebook looks, it actually shows me the stats, the chat. But because of you guys, all of you guys, I should have affiliate status once everything updates tomorrow or the day after, however long it takes. To finally reach that is an awesome achievement after I've only been at this for 2 weeks. Seriously, it was like April 15th was the first day I started doing anything at all with this. And now I was able to build it up. So a lot of good people. Close to the end. Bam. We got it. Yeah, we really didn't see much of those other Mustangs after about halfway through the race.
Congratulations! You have won the gold!
Thank you, Host 47. You, of course, being my support inside man. Porsche 911 Turbo Knockout. Yeah, that shouldn't take too long. Grab your Porsche 911 Turbo and get out to Calypso Coast for this knockout challenge. Don't get eliminated early, or you'll go home empty-handed. Finish the top 3 and you'll snag a medal. Alright. Let's go with that silver. Let's go with that silver. Four laps. Host 47 says, while this won't follow the channel's theme, if you find some hot new game and stream it the night it comes out, that could cause good growth. I did something similar with my YouTube and went from 500 to 600 in one day. You know, if it was appropriate, yeah, because what it comes down to is those come back and they would possibly even unfollow because I'm not playing, 2022 plus content. If it was relevant, like the industries continue to fail us over and over again with all these remakes and remasters. Hence why I'm doing what I'm doing, because this is the true way to remaster these games. Case in point, look at the GTA Definitive Edition. And then you have all these, like, post-2013 microtransaction gamers that are like, oh, but, it wasn't a remaster, or it wasn't a remake, it was a remaster, blah, blah, blah. And you get these dudes that are okay with games being incomplete, buggy, unplayable on day one. Had cartridges that you could never update in your life come full out of the gate forever. It's like you did a complete reprint, like with Ocarina of Time comes to mind. There's like versions 1, 1.1, and 1.2. But man, just yeah. Yeah, host voice. So you got what I'm saying. It's just this is where it's at. This will grow. This channel is going to grow, and I'm going to play. I'm going to be more regular with it, especially after the affiliate status gets into full effect. We're making the dream happen for everybody. This one, yeah, this one's a knockout. That's right. Everybody's got the same color as me too. So I gotta make sure that I do not fall behind in the last place. That is not how I do that. They're all blowing their horns, so it's my turn. Oh, let's not stay in last. Come on. Okay, at least son of a carrot. At least I'm not in last. This lap is salvaged. However, much longer is left. Cool. Okay. It's about another 5 minutes to go. Thank you to the five of you that are still hanging in there, watching this stream. 5 beautiful base gamers making this affiliate status even possible. It's coming. I'm telling you. By the time this stuff updates tomorrow, or maybe 2 days, it depends. I've noticed it's rather slow when it comes to updating the statistics and such. But it's still a milestone that I hit 50 today for followers. Because that and the average watch count were the last 2 things to be taken down when the quad certainly has done its service. More to go. We should be alright.
Last lap.
I got a decent feel for the lap now. You know, Host 47, it's unfortunate. I can't think of any game that is on schedule to come out. Or, you know, I'd even want to bother trying with. Maybe some specific indie game titles, but I don't follow that crowd at all. So I would have no idea. But if more people would put the effort into wanting to mod old games and update them, it certainly would be a much more enjoyable experience for me. It surprises me that on the most viewed games, stream-wise, the numbers are like GTA 5 because of its multiplayer, and the fact that the quote-unquote just chatting stream is always at like #1 is absolutely triggering to me. Because Twitch is supposed to be about gaming. At least they took care of the, you know, the ones that jump to other sites that have subscription-based content that are 18+. For the most part, they've taken that problem out of the equation. It's one of the things that actually turned me off of Twitch back in turning into 2012. It's just like, well, this is going nowhere. This isn't gaming. This is just nonsense, redacted, retracted, blankety blank. We are 2 hours and 52 minutes. The 4 of you that are still tuning in, thank you.
You have been awarded the gold.
We can make it to 3 hours. We're almost there. We can make it. I don't know about doing a tournament right now. A tournament. Porsche versus Ferrari challenge. Yeah, that sounds good. A rivalry. That dates way back. You'll have to pick sides and battle for bragging rights. It's a sprint through scenic drive, but you have to place third or better to advance. 5 of you beautiful base gamers watching, thank you. Thank you. All because I psyched myself out with those stupid barriers, thinking that it was not accessible. Focus Wasn't going to make the same mistake. Missing. Oh no, tree. I knew that was going to happen. I didn't take it, but I also didn't crash either. This guy's on my tail now. Eating signs, crossing bridges. Could have been worse. They really have those big round trees just like right in the middle. Making it, though. Making it. Got it. Got him.
You have been awarded the gold.
All right. All right. I think we will stop there for today. But let's take this back. Back to the main. The third championship tournament gives you a good selection of mid-range cars. You've got 4 races to work your way to the top of the heap and prove you are a true champion. Finish in the top 3 of the tournament standings and you'll earn a medal and move on to the next level. Let us go. There's a controller profile that I normally load beforehand. I totally forgot to, but it shouldn't have made that much of a difference. Now, since the Viper wasn't doing that well, but I also was not racing that well, I will feel a little bit more comfortable if I go back to the 360 Modena. Okay, so controls are still not... Oh, okay, I just don't have a reset button. I do on keyboard. I can just smash that if I have to. But I also don't have a handbrake, which is very annoying. Because I do use that. Yeah, it seems like our old Viper was not holding up for some reason with the rest of these. Is the game audio okay again? Because I turned it down before we jumped in. You guys will have to let me know in chat if you can hear me and the audio is okay again, since I had to reset it. Cool. Thank you, White Hat. Now the only problem is I gotta figure out why my controller settings are no longer applied, but I'll make do. Worst thing to have to deal with when having a tournament is I don't think I can quit out to options after the race is even over.
It's the final lap.
Maybe, just maybe, I'll drive better without the handbrake, because then I won't try to slide as much. Maybe. By default, it's mapped to the spacebar on the keyboard, and that would be rather ridiculous. Especially while holding a controller. I'll go as long as the old bag of bones will let me. So maybe 2 hours might be a good stopping point. That way, tomorrow might be able to hold up for a little bit longer than that, rather than push it. It certainly was, despite what people may believe, was a huge effort to try to reach out to all those people. And I'm eternally grateful for the donations that I've received to be able to help me figure things out. Now there's other things that are in the works, and with your guys' help and support, by asking your friends to follow, to subscribe with their free subscription that they get every month through Amazon Prime, and to encourage people to check out the Patreon, which I do have free content up there on already that they can check out to get an idea. And I have that set at a price point really low to make it accessible for everybody. I think we can make a lot of things happen pretty fast. Thank you, White Hat Game Stream. This is proud of you, bro. Thank you. It means a lot. It's been quite a journey. Which is more reason why people need to get to the Patreon. Plug that again. So they can see more of the behind the scenes things that have gone on in my life in detail. More context as to why this even is happening. Why is this even a thing? What was the inspiration? What is the cause for doing this retro game bring back to life campaign? That, and why can't the guy go longer than 2 or 3, 4 hours at most? I would love to go longer. I would love to, but unfortunately I have my limitations. Because I remember being younger, as a kid, could go 10-hour marathon easy. That's how I played Halo CE when it first launched on Xbox. So the story, it's actually a good story. So I didn't get a reservation. I didn't have any, because we didn't have any money. And my grandfather had died, and he left me a little bit of money, and nothing significant, but enough for a kid to get some clothes, some things they needed, and some video games, especially when you're living in poverty, or absolute poverty, not just regular kind. And I went in to Circuit City, which is no longer existing in its brick and mortar form, and we had asked, my mom and I had asked if they had any by chance, and the clerk had said that they were completely out of stock, which was predictable. And I was going to use my grandfather's money that he gave me to pick that up and get Halo. I didn't even know what Halo was yet, but I knew I wanted it. That and Dead or Alive 3 came with it, which I also wanted, because I was a fan of Dead or Alive 2. And some guy out of nowhere during that conversation before it was over walks up to us, hands us a reserve ticket, say, "Hey, I picked one up at Walmart earlier today, I don't need this." Out of nowhere, I'm walking out of there with an Xbox 360, or 360, yeah, okay, an Xbox in November of 2001 with Halo CE and Dead or Alive 3. Like, just absolute miracle. And I played Halo 1 on normal difficulty in one sitting that Saturday. It took me about 10.5 hours. I didn't even use the bathroom. I was that glued to the game. And I beat that game in 10 hours. And I usually take my time with games too, so it's pretty good for playing through on normal. Never even having any concept of Halo ever before. So that was definitely something else. But I'm not going to be able to do that kind of endurance runs anymore. But it's okay. I still give it what I got. Okay, so apparently I can drive the Porsche alright. Without the handbrake. I'm just using normal brake. I don't know what the problem was with the Viper. But it is such a blessing to have met goal on the last day, within hours of the day being over. I mean, I had faith. I knew it was going to happen. It's like, okay, God, you got to help me. You got to help me. You got to help me finish strong. Sure enough. That's why when people get angry at me for bringing up that kind of stuff, it's like, well, I'm not trying to offend you. I'm just saying how things are. I mean, what do you want? You want me to lie and say I did it all on my own? I mean, I put effort in, but I didn't make a lot of the events occur that made it possible for it to be pulled off. So I can't take 100% credit. You do have to put work into things, but that doesn't mean that there's not help happening behind the scenes. And there's a lot of wonderful people in my life. Well, few. It's always quality over quantity. It doesn't matter. Because they're the ones that help you when things actually are at the worst. A lot of people just got... I think the problem is a lot of people just don't know what suffering is, like true suffering or hardship, and the slightest reality of it put in their face is just too much for them to bear. Like even the concept of it. It's like, look, you're not even going through it, but you're mad at me because I'm talking about it, and all I'm asking for is a follow on Twitch. It's not that much. But whatever. Separates the men from the boys. And the women from the little girls. Oh, is that too much? That's probably too much for this. Don't listen to me. I know nothing. I'm just a commentator. Cut me a break, Twitch. I'm old. White Hat Game Stream says, sounds like need to play some Halo. Yeah. No. Ridiculous that Viper had such a hard time in this track because the 360 Modena is also a rear-wheel drive vehicle. Now I know it's mid-rear engine, and being a mid-rear engine with the weight distributed better with the engine in the back, is still, which is unexcusable. I mean, I know there's streamers that will do the same map or race or whatever over and over and over and over again until they get it. But as a presentator, you know, as the person both commentating and being the broadcast, I don't want that to be a staple of this channel. I do not like seeing the same thing over and over again, so I don't want to put other people through that either. So the Viper just totally pulled a Mercedes on us in this map. Even the 911 did better than the Viper did, and that makes no sense to me whatsoever. Because the 911 is a spin sideways machine. I mean, look at that. That was effortless. Unbelievable. Sailor Ushi says, I think you can actually manually take an ad break. Yes, so I did figure out how to do that. And Wayhack Game Stream asks, I'm not repeating that because I don't like that specific mafia. Because of how they are with audio. All these tracks are Overclock Remix. And they're all community made. And you can go to ocremix.org to get thousands upon thousands of albums of content that you're hearing here. And it started in the 90s, the late 90s, and it went all the way to today. It's still going on. But a lot of the content that I have, it goes from the late 90s into the mid 2000s, maybe a little bit later 2000s. You don't see a blue Corvette often. No, Sailor Ushi, I am using the Chromebook, but with the Stream Manager actually properly showing up in full detail versus the Android app that I had been using, where it just shows you chat only, and that's it. And we've got 8 of you beautiful base gamers watching. Thank you so much. Don't forget that you can also further help support with the bits system. I don't know if you guys have enough yet. You can throw them in after 100. It's the button that is right beside the chat box. So if you hover over that, you can throw them my way, and I'll get credit for that. So all the different ways that you can help support this channel, help support this broadcaster, help support the Z06 not, spinning out. So Uchi says, sweet, yeah. Yeah, it was nice to finally have, good grief. It was nice to finally have an actual proper setup for any rear-wheel drive car, period, in this game. And it is second lap.
This is
with
the
me in 7th
lap.
place. And this whole thing wouldn't have been an issue if it wouldn't have been a tournament. But we're in a tournament. So, no. My apologies. I'm just not... I should have hit quit race and just chose a different car. If I spin out once, I'll choose a different car. I should just run like a... Well, let's see. How? No, I wouldn't do that to you guys. I was going to say... Run an ad for like 3 minutes. Because that's actually an option. And then just beat this stupid thing so that when you come back, it's at the next race. But all these streams like this, these feature presentations, I do upload to the YouTube channel. Wow, the leaves! I'm telling you, I upload them to the YouTube channel either same day or next day. It gets processed, and that's youtube.com/DMMDestroyer. Please go subscribe there if you have not yet. For over 15 years worth of gaming content. I'm one of the originals with my account created back in 06. And make sure to ring that notification bell and set to all, because YouTube does not like to show people who subscribe the channels they subscribe to. They instead love to show algorithm-based videos that nobody asked for, unless you fine-tune your algorithm by telling it, do not want, do not share, do not show, I don't like this video, etc., etc. Which I've had to do with mine, but I still don't see people's content unless I do the notification bell. I'm currently at 966 subscribers, so hopefully it'll go up to 967 or something like that by the time the stream is over. I had the old monetization system in YouTube, and I actually declined from participating in it anymore years ago because I saw how they were doing the censorship stuff. And on YouTube, I'm more unfiltered, especially with my past videos. So I would not want them to censor me. So I declined. And once I hit 1,000 subscriptions, I'll be re-eligible for monetization again, and I'm going to decline again. I don't want it. This is a different story. Twitch is a professional live broadcast that is actually worth your time. Unlike YouTube's monetization, which is an absolute joke. Unless you're pulling in hundreds of millions of views, it is an absolute joke of a system compared to what it once was. I think I have enough points that if I hit 4th, that I'll still win. I think. Let's see. Let's just get this madness over with. I'm never picking those other cars again. Yeah.
Congratulations! You have won the gold!
White Hat Game Stream says 100% based and red pilled gaming. Thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you. That is very based of you. Look at that, just by 2 points. My goodness, what a joke. Still got the gold though. Ferrari time trial. I could do. Sailor Ushi says an ad ran. And White Hat says one just ran, lol. Okay, since we're getting more serious in the game with how... There we go, I got my controls back. I'm thinking that I might need to be more focused on just winning versus showcasing cars. Especially if these cars are going to drive like boats or they're going to just spin out constantly. It's not like how it was in the earlier brackets. I mean, we're close to like the last line of brackets for the championship series. So as a presenter, I would have loved to have continued to mix it up, but to avoid forcing restarts and having to look at the same track 2-3 times over, I'm going to have to stick with the cars that perform. Just is what it is. It's okay though. You know, I'm surprised with this Logitech controller I have that I'm using. The forced feedback actually is compatible with this game. I don't think I mentioned that yet. And it actually works out pretty well. I mean, this game was an Xbox PS2 game, so it had that kind of compatibility and in-depth programming done to it. But it's just really neat. Obviously, that's something I can't really show, but I can at least describe and tell you that it's just as accurate as what it would be if you were playing any type of sim racing game on a newer console. And it's funny because the controller motors, the vibration, are essentially the same concept that they used for the cell phone vibrate later with their little motors. And it amazes me how those things just don't wear out. Now, I mean, of course, they do the grease them and everything like that, you know, in production, but it just blows my mind that the functionality of those little motors that vibrate for the controller or the cell phone is just blast. And having been in the cell phone industry where I had my own shop back in 2010, and before that working within the industry for years, 2006 on, actually 2005 on, I saw a lot of phones and a lot of people that came in with ones that were broken because of the craziest reasons. And the toilet and dropping the toilet phone meme is real. It happened way more times than it should have. Can't believe people do that. I just don't know. I don't understand that one. It's like, why? How? How are you so careless? When people would buy phones, they wouldn't buy insurance. So then they would get all angry that they broke their phone, and then they'd have to pay $600 to $1,000 or whatever it would be, depending on what type of model they had. It's like, well, you turned it down. We told you. I am very glad to not be in that industry anymore, let me tell you. Pretty much anything that's retail based of some kind, unbased I should say, because it's not based. It's based on, but it's not based. Unlike the 3 beautiful based gamers that are currently tuning in, that have been very patient with this odd celebration stream that we've had so far with this game and the technical aspects. And I will be able to look at the chat here in a second.
It's the final lap.
I think I'm going to end up with silver. Unless I really focus. So I'll try to really focus here. I think I can hit gold. I'm going to probably get like 231 or something ridiculous like that. I mean, look at that. There was no spin out. I was tire deep. Those rear tires were deep in those leaves, and there was no spin out from this car. Unlike the other ones. Unbelievable. I wonder how much time that shortcut shaves off. I never noticed the shortcuts until like lap 3. Darn it. Silver it is. It's 230 over. I don't think that's gold.
You have been awarded the bronze.
Oh, that was bronze? Oh, it was that bad? Oh, man. Oh, boy. I had those times all wrong. Yeesh. Yeesh. What was silver? 240. 230 was silver. So I almost hit the silver. It was 220 for gold. Oh. Okay. We'll come back to that in a long time. Lamborghini time trial. Take your pick of awesome Lamborghinis to put through the pace over 3 laps on coastal parkings to earn the bronze in this time trial. You'll have to beat a lap time of 155. The silver requires a time of 145. And to meet the gold standard, you'll have to turn a lap of 135. Okay. The Murcielago, nice. And then the Diablo. I love both these cars. I'm gonna think the Diablo's gonna be picked. White Hat Game Stream says, I need to head off for the night. Grass, bro. Thank you, sir. Thank you for tuning in. You're appreciated. We are... What time are we on? Well, that clock is not right for my session time. Because we should be like 1 hour. It's telling me it's like 20 minutes. I know that's not right. The most random, weirdest technical glitches on this stream. The haters are not happy. I'm just going to blame it on them. They are mad. They are mad at the success. Yeah, 135. Yeah, we're really going to hit that. So we could just jump the barrier there, then we could hit it right now. I don't know how much of a shortcut that is. It doesn't appear like it really is that big of a gain. It looks like it's more hassle than what it's worth. It almost looks like it would be about the same, even with that time shaved off at the ending part of it. We got 148. What was it, like 140 for bronze? Something like that? If that's the case, that's ouch.
Last lap.
Well, that one was a good lap until then. That was a pretty solid lap. Yeah, it's not really worth taking. Well, I don't even know if that was bronze. Let's see.
Congratulations!
Silver.
You have won the silver medal.
I'll take silver. Oh, we have two of you beautiful base gamers watching. Let's see if we can get bronze or whatever. Kind of sad that that's what I'm settling on at this point, but I gotta get something. Porsche Carrera GT concept version time trial. Take this concept car out for a spin on an Alpine trail and see how fast you can get it around. You'll have to record a lap time of 1 minute 35 to earn the bronze. If you want the silver, it takes a time of 125. The gold requires a blistering 115. Okay. was 135 for bronze. At least we got that. I'm not feeling too good, guys. Yeah, this is definitely the last race. But at least we got a medal.
This is the last lap.
I'm glad that's over. Goodness gracious. I'm feeling like garbage.
You have been awarded the silver medal.
I'm totally fine with that. Oh. Alright, Autumn Knockout Classic. Tough knockout through the steep hills, tight turns, fall winds. You've got one way to stay alive. Don't be the last one to finish a lap. Work your way to the top 3 if you want to earn a medal, but you'll need the silver to open up the next event. Very well. I think because of how well the Carrera GT worked, in those turns, and use it. See how we do. controls are good. Sailor Bushi, thank you. Having these same problems again with this track. But I believe we have the car that's needed to pull this off. Especially after going through the others on this track, having as much trouble as we did. This AI is on my nerves. Always trying to spin me out in these later races. Always trying to brake check me so I go into walls like that. Very annoying. I'm probably more annoyed by this track at this point than you guys are. But I'm doing this right here, right now, because I want to get through with this thing. It's probably going to be the only one I'll be able to do tonight, because I'm probably only going to be in for like an hour. But this race, because I did the math before I started up the game, is almost 18 minutes long in one setting. I was just ridiculous. The old man does not have the endurance to do that kind of thing anymore. Not these days. It also makes me feel a little bad because I can't look at chat because of how intense this race is. So it's going to be like another 15 minutes or so. You know what? Screw you, guy. Screw you. These things just keep. His AI just got me on my last nerve in this one. But we will not accept defeat unless the bag of bones behind the controller is not able to hold up to it. That's a different story. But ideally, we will beat this, and we will beat this first try. If we can't, well then, I don't know. I just want silver. I don't even care about gold. Because remember, you can't screw up on this track, or otherwise everybody just eats you alive. But it doesn't help that they're also trying to knock you in a tailspin with pit maneuvers and brake checking and everything else, bunch of Karens. Okay, so I need to remember to take the shortcut there at the end, because they are always blowing past me at the end there, and that's not going to work out well. This guy in front of me is extremely annoying. No. Oh. All right. That actually was a save back there at the beginning of the tunnel. I thought I was going to clip. So that worked out way better than I thought I was going to. Crud. I should have took that. I always forget about that shortcut there because it comes up so fast and it's in the dark. It's not very easily seen. Come on. His own fault. We're almost there. Oh, that entrance is not very friendly. Maybe I am better off just taking the normal route. Alright, silver secured. My question is, how far ahead is this guy that's in first? Because he just has been unseen. And it's all because these clowns in the beginning knock you around so much. So it allows him to get so much distance put between you and the rest of them. It's just ridiculous at what kind of a lead this guy probably has at this point, because everybody else was more obsessed with trying to knock me out rather than racing, minding their own business. Yeah, I'm definitely not getting gold, but I don't care. The entire idea was to get silver so we can progress past this. This guy is so far ahead, it's not even funny. Unbelievable. Alright, finally can look over at this chat board after 18 minutes. I'm rating well, but hanging out. Haha, says White Hat Game Stream. Thank you. Well, to the two beautiful base gamers watching, I appreciate you. You saw me beat this monster. Good grief. What a pain in the rear end. Alright, so since that didn't take an hour to do, let's see what else we can take care of. We got another knockout in tournaments. All of them are going to be long. Wonder how bad the Lamborghini tournament is. This is a knockout for the ages. One of the oldest and most fierce rivalries of all time, Ferrari versus Lamborghini. Pick your side and prove your worth over 5 laps of island outskirts. You'll need to finish in the top 3 to earn a medal, or top 2 to advance. Let's see, do I want to do another 18-minute race in a row? Not really, but you know, let's see what it's got. Now it's all the big cars. I'm not taking that Ferrari. Maybe I'll go with the I can't remember how many times I drove Murcielago to make a judgment call. I'm gonna try it. Oh, this one's not as long, thankfully. 5 laps. At least we don't have to worry about. No, there's still some leaves in this one, but not as bad. Oh, okay. Really, dude, got in my way. It looks like that's a significant shortcut. Oh, that's not good. I'm gonna have to not gain air at the end again. Okay. Didn't go flying into the air this time. Not break enough. Could have been worse. Oof. Well, we're almost there. Awesome. Overlord of darkness, behold the price of ultimate power. Thank you, sir. Oh yeah, here we are. Notice how much smoother that one was. And that abomination that we just went through in the last round. The last race. Oh man. Oh, this at the end, the very end of this one is a championship tournament. And that was a McLaren challenge. Interesting. Let's see. We got 35 minutes into this stream. Maybe I'll do one or two more. Well, if they're almost all tournaments, then probably will be a tournament. We'll finish off with a tournament. Okay. Redwood Classic Tournament. Cruise through the woods at over 200 miles per hour in this multi-race tournament. We'll cover all of the courses in the Redwood Forest location. If you want a medal, you'll have to claw your way up to third place or better. This is the one with the big old trees and lots of leaves. Do I want to do this to myself? Not really. Let's give it a try. You know what? Before I do that, let me give myself a break. I got control of ads, so let me throw an ad up, and you guys hang tight. I'll be back. I'm back. There's only 3 races. Okay. We're gonna do this. Yes, the McLaren F1. What else is there? That beast, the GTR. Both those cars are amazing. And then the F50. Yeah. Who to pick? Oh, the F1 and then the LM. Which only comes in the one color. All these cars are great. I'm gonna try the F1. Let's go. Ooh. This car handles so well. It's all because of that bump off the wall. Oh well, it's the end of the race. Doesn't matter. Whatever. Can't do variety apparently in these last races. Whatever. I knew I was going to be able to drive the F50 in a time trial, which is why I didn't pick that. And I knew that the Mercedes was going to be one that I probably... Well, you know what? I think there is a Mercedes time trial, so there is a chance to actually drive that car for a complete race. So F1 limited it is. This car today is still a beast. It's so ahead of its time. It's just unreal. And I think this was produced, I forget what year or years, but I know it was 90s, and it just was nuts at what it was able to do, setting so many records. And the way it drives, it's a one-seater where the person's sitting in the center, so it's like being in a cockpit. Just had to go on its side. Would have been perfectly fine if it wouldn't have did that. Let's see, it's a three race tournament. So I do need to try to get first. Of course, trying and doing are two different things. I know we're coming up close. Come on. Second is okay. Let's see how we do. We just gotta get first on the next one, depending on points here. Yeah, I gotta get first on the next one. It's okay.
Executed.
Oh, this is only one lap. Okay, just forced into a shortcut. Easy with this car. Awesome. I guess there isn't a time trial. It was for the CLK. I was thinking it was. It's actually the Vanquish. Let's see. I think what I'll do, but I need to redo this championship tournament for. So what happened was, there was a stream disconnect. I have no logical explanation other than they hate me. So, there's an elaborate story to explain that, but we're not going to that right now. So, it cut off halfway through the championship. So, I'm just going to redo the whole championship and go for gold because I got... So, there's this really cool mod that has to do with the war in Afghanistan, I believe is where it is, and I'm not sure exactly 100% all the details, but I think I'm going to play that, and because I've never seen anybody else play it or bring it up, and it's awfully bad of me to not even remember what the name of it is. That's how obscure it is, but apparently it's a really detailed campaign mod that they made. Sam says old games were the good stuff though. I'll have to check out what's new these days. You're not missing anything. Post 2013 gaming was a mistake. It's just soulless bubblegum graphics with no content. No deep storylines, no engaging gameplay. It's become a meme in itself about how bad games are now. They're all focused on loot boxes and microtransactions and multiplayer. Good luck finding a AAA game that focuses on the storyline and has in-depth characters that actually have any type of story, character story, background, just anything you can think of. It's just gone. It's so basic. And it's designed for its audience, which is not us. It's for the ones that consume stuff like Marvel Cinematic Universe brain dead garbage. Soulless. It's the entire reason why this even exists, this whole channel. I find it ironic that it was like after 2011 when I stopped playing video games, for the most part, new ones especially, and I never really had a chance to get back to it until very recent years. And even then, it's still not that much in comparison to what it once was. It used to be a hobby, now it's just... Well, it's still enjoyable, but it's nothing like what it was. It's a shame. It's a shame they took that away from people. So it is. Gotta erase the past so people don't know how good things actually were. And not that the time periods were good, but that things were better as far as the things we were able to do and enjoy, the interactions with the people around us. They took all that away. And they separated us, especially after they replaced MySpace with Facebook. I'm gonna hit that barrier. I did. I might actually get first in the second round.
It's the final lap.
So I noticed that around I want to say 2013, especially after all the big established tech corps were solidified. You had Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Google, Instagram, but that would be taken over by Facebook later. And a couple few others that died off, like, what was it called? Tumblr, and that's cesspool, and other stuff like that. But when they started doing their algorithm junk, that's when they started separating us, all of us that were friends or family in real life. Unlike where MySpace showed everything from everyone. Facebook algorithms, Twitter algorithms, all of them just started filtering it down to what they wanted people to see. And we ended up seeing the stuff that they wanted pushed, and they pushed to those people, and the people that we cared about became ghosts, because we didn't think to go and look at their pages individually, because it's an inconvenience rather than scrolling down a feed. And it's a shame. There's people from my past, people from your guys' past that are watching, that you just lost touch with entirely. And it was because of their design. Absolute shame. Wouldn't want to go back, though. All of us that weren't part of the club had it hard enough as it was. There's no sense in reliving all that all over again. Oh, no, you don't. I hope they ran into that tree. I think they did. Good. Gonna get first place. Alright. Maybe we'll pull off a gold this time. Not that you guys could see the results last time, but connection seems stable. I made a change where if it disconnects, it gives me a 90-second time limit to address it and try to reconnect. Whereas before it would just cut the feed entirely, and then all my viewers would be gone. And then it would cut the video into another video too. It's just awful. So I'm gonna take a quick break now that I control the commercials exclusively. So I'll be right back. Okay. It's fantastic, isn't it? I might need to take another break here if I can't get in this next one. I'm having to deal with a hefty nerve issue. It's not making me comfortable. That's the important shortcut, that one that I just missed. That one seems to shave off a lot, because everybody just comes flying right past on that one. But it's a hard one to remember. White Hat Game Stream, I'll be able to check your message in a second. But thank you for joining in.
It's the final lap.
Basically, White Hat Game Stream, I want to be done with championship. I want to be done with this season. Because it has not been an enjoyable last couple races. Or events, I should say. Because there's multiple races in almost all of these events. And I'm not coming back to do the Hot Pursuit for a while. I'm going to do a different game after this. I know it's coming up. I think it was this one. Still lose a spot. That hurts. Jeez. I'm not doing it again. Okay, I'm back. Alright. White Hat Game Street says based and red pilled. Thank you. Overlord of Darkness, welcome. When the price of ultimate power becomes priced ultimately. Thank you, gentlemen. For those of you just joining in, I already completed this tournament because Twitch decided to just take a dump on me last stream and completely cut off the last two races of this tournament. I'm redoing it. And I got a silver. So if I get silver or gold in this one, then it's fine. It looks like I'll probably get silver again, but I wasn't going to leave an incomplete championship up on Twitch and on YouTube. Especially when I'm going through a full playthrough of this championship game. Never catch this one, so that's good. But I don't know how much good it's going to do me if I end up crashing. It was saved, but not by much. another short lap. That's okay.
This is the last lap.
As long as I can hold second, I'm okay with it. That might not be good. I was expecting them to crash in there. You know how it is. Well, we're doing pretty good. Guy in first is just gone. Just is what it is. It's one of those situations. It's had to hit me. Well, that shortcut was enough to at least get me in third. Oh well. Alright, we have, now that my stream isn't getting random disconnects, 4 beautiful base gamers watching. Thank you. Whatever. It was only 40 seconds. Yeah, there's no way I'm going to ever make that tunnel. The way that thing's positioned is just ridiculous. Because that was hard braking and I still wasn't going to be able to turn hard enough. You'd have to be at like 30 miles per hour to make it. So I don't even see how that's even beneficial in any way. Oh, nothing lost, nothing gained. Silver it is again. But at least you guys actually saw it this time. You failed to improve your standing. I don't care. It's recorded. That's what matters. Yeah. Martin V12 Vanquish time trial. Get in the awesome V12 Vanquish and see how fast you can get around island outskirts. You've got 3 laps to record, 1 within 2:55. To earn the silver and move on, you'll have to hit 2:45. The gold requires a blazing time of 2:35. Let's do this. Got at least hit 2:55. So it means it's going to be at least about a 9-minute track, if I'm going gold pace at least. Got spoiled by the other car because of how it handles. This one isn't as responsive. It still does well, but it's not responsive as that Carrera GT concept car. Curious to see what the difference in time would be from this top route versus the bottom. Looks like that bottom route would be slightly faster. Okay, so that's silver, if I recall correctly. I think it was like 2:45 for silver. For gold, which that would be very fast. I missed it again. Manual shifting would definitely make an improvement on lap times, but when you're doing it with a controller, shifting is not as simple. Even bigger cut down there on the bottom.
Final lap.
Going to be a little difficult to shave off 5 seconds, especially when hitting those shortcuts requires memory of exactly where all of them are, and that's not going to happen after only one race through this. So that's something that has to be save for later, if I still choose to go back and try to get golds on everything. One of these tracks or events in themselves could take an entire stream just to get gold, because of having to remember where everything is perfectly. It's not hard if you're doing it a couple times in a row, but if you're just doing it off of only 2 laps memory, that's not as easy to do. Well, we got silver, so that's fine. And then I still can't even take it. What a waste. I love how it like flew up in the middle of the air there. Done.
Congratulations! You have won the silver!
Alright, what is left? There's only 3. Championship Tournament 5. It's the fastest of the fast in the final championship tournament. Grab your supercar and get out on the track. If you want to be world champion, you'll have to prove it here. Because I probably am only going to go for about an hour. maybe a little bit over. Depends on how I'm feeling, how I hold up. So I've played the first mission of it. I have it installed. I'm not able to get as nice of a graphics overhaul on it as I would prefer, but it's something that like nobody's even talked about or seen. In fact, I had to dig to find information on it. So I'll probably be one of the very few that showcases that mod and does a live stream reaction in real time, having never played or beaten it. So we'll see together what that's like. Hopefully it's Twitch friendly enough, at least. That's my only concern. Because the first couple minutes of it that I did as a test, I could tell it was pretty brutal. It's pretty intense. I definitely would say it takes place around 2000 and early 2000s for sure. Maybe like 2003, 4. But it seems pretty well done. There's voice acting and custom weapons and everything else for reflecting the time of that combat. Yeah, it should be good. I think people will enjoy that. I'm not sure how long it is either, but for a game of that age, I'll put it this way, the install size was rather large. It was about half the size of what Call of Duty 1 would have taken. That should give you guys an idea of how big the game is. Might take a couple streams to get through. But I'm looking forward to that. And I know others are too, because they're tired of seeing cars go fast. I just couldn't justify taking that other shortcut. And as you can see, it's kind of paid off because I'm in second. And now we're closing up on the end. I'll gladly take this over fourth, or worse, like it was on the other ones. Oh no. A little bit of a spin there. All right. Okay. With that, I'm just going to take a quick 30-second break. I will be right back. It's like a dead giveaway marker whether or not you should restart. You guys know I don't like doing that. Really don't like doing that. It would be nice if I knew the layout of the rest of the track, but we can guess it's at least 3.5 minutes long. Yikes. They're driving almost as reckless as what I would in the beginning when I first started this entire game. Even a little bit now. They all took a much faster route, so I knew that was going to bite me a little bit. Wasn't that bad, though. Oh, if I wouldn't have hit his tail end, though, that would have been more preferred. It is a little cheap that when they hit you from behind, you'll go spinning out all over the place, but if you hit them, it's like hitting a wall, and they don't seem to budge that much. So we're probably going to hit third, because I'm guessing that the end of the map is soon, based off the time. I might be able to squeeze second. Had F50 in the lead this time, or did. Tight turn. Track was a bit longer than I thought it was going to be. There we are, finally. Except that would happen, but I'm okay. Yikes. Okay. What's our point standing? Barely in first. But first. Okay. I'm going to take a quick break. And I will be back shortly. Man, I'm not accepting that. In my head, I'm mentally thinking, well, there's another bookmark that I have to make. Oh, post-production stuff. That turn is so much easier with the Carrera GT. But after knowing what to expect with this one, that went way more pleasant this time around than it did on the last. Almost there. We'll take the win that time. Wasn't going to settle in third. Okay. Last one. And as long as I can get second or higher, I should be able to rank first, points-wise. But obviously I'm going to try to go for first. Last lip race of the last tournament. Go out stellar. And then there's 2 races left after that, which, depending on how long this takes, may or may not finish them up on this stream. The annoying part is I know that people are unable to hear the car audio because of the way that the Twitch broadcasting app is. You have to force close it in order to make it want to catch back on, even though I rebooted the game like 3 or 4 times. I would prefer not to have to split up the videos further, but you know. There's been a lot of bizarre technical issues with running this game versus, like, for example, when I did the Battlefield 1942 campaign for the Axis, there's like no issues whatsoever. But this game, because it's so heavily modified and the way that it's just set up in general, it is not, it is not, it's not stream friendly, let's put it that way, at all. It's quite the miracle I can even make it work at all. But to be fair, It is a 20-year-old game. Yikes. Yikes, because I played it when it came out. I think it was original Xbox I played it on. And I had it for. And I got the PC version much later. Discs. CD discs. 2 of them, I think. Or no, I think it fit on one. I think it fit on one CD. And I should really get into the habit of doing a before and after comparison, but I mean, anybody can look up on YouTube, like the original graphics. But there definitely is a huge difference between what you're seeing right here and the original setup. Wow, this is a short race. Well, that's it. That's it. He has won championship number 5. That ended up being easier than some of those other races in the ones leading up to it. I mean, good grief. Okay, so with there only being 2 left, I think we can finish this out. I think we should be able to finish this out. We're gonna try. Thank you to the 3 of you that are tuning in, you 3 beautiful base gamers, you that are watching. Ferrari F50 Sprint. This sprint through a Mediterranean paradise is going to be tough. It's all Ferrari F50s, and they can all travel at over 200 miles per hour. Finish in the top 3 if you want a medal. Well, that's the idea. And if we're going to run the F50, and this is probably the only time I'll get to run the F50, because I don't think the next challenge has it as an option, I'm going to run it in Ferrari red. Absolutely. Alright, let's do this. It's a tight race. There's only four total. But definitely the way the model is set up, ugh, just like with the back end of the Porsche 911, I definitely like the way that the game has the modeling of the car done with the graphics update. Looks really smooth. This was my favorite vehicle to drive in Project Gotham Racing for Xbox Original. Of course, it was like the last car you could unlock too, but it was the most satisfying. That, and there was this other Italian car that had like the best handling in the entire game. I think it was like the Feroce or something like that. I actually had to look up that model in real life because I never did. Because I always wondered how well it actually performed in real life versus a video game. Because Project Gotham Racing's arcade drifting style handling was nowhere near accurate to how the cars actually would handle in real life. Zad Overlord is Overlord of Darkness leaving his mark. I'll have to read the comment in a little bit here because this is a one lap race. But the meme Beetle himself gracing this broadcast. Oh no, no. He just had to stop trying to sandwich me. Stop it. Stop it. That's what you get. Get rid of one and then you got another. I don't know. I don't know if I'll be able to get gold now. But I'm going to try. 1 lap. Oh, this is gonna be, yeah. I knew I was gonna have to slam on the brakes. Wonder how much longer this one's gonna go. So I might have a chance. Oh, so close. Ah, well. That's right, he can take it. Live streaming flavor. It is the essence of flavor, is it not, Overlord of Darkness? Ah. Okay. Puts us at the last one. Oh, okay. How about I take a quick 30 seconds before I do this one? And then I'll be right back, and then we'll finish this off. This will be the last race for the championship, and then we can be done with this game for a little while. So, the essence of pure flavor. Thank you, Overlord of Darkness. Yes. All right, I will be right back. Give me 30 seconds. Okay, I'm here. The McLaren Challenge. Choose between the 2 McLarens in this sprint through Autumn Crossing. You'll have to crack the top 3 if you want to earn a medal in this tough challenge. This is it. This is the last one, folks. And obviously we're going with the LM because that's been the go-to. Sure, we can't use different colors. I don't care. This one is the beast of this game. Obligatory. Let's go. So after a grueling 6 parts, the first one's being the most enjoyable, the last couple being the most painful, we end this championship on arguably 3 pretty chill events, and honestly that's not a bad way for this to finish. Oh, you do not fishtail me. And you know what? It doesn't even matter if I get gold on this. I will be happy with silver. I don't think I'll tolerate bronze, but I'll be happy with silver. But if they stick together in this kind of close line, then... Oh no! Wedged right between that tree. Oh, that was painful. I'm gonna keep racing through because I want to see how the track goes. And apparently, I'm not the only one that's having trouble. I don't think I've seen the AR cars wreck this much, this early in a race yet. Especially to the point where I'm able to catch up to first. Like this. My only question is, how long is it? Is it 3 minutes? Is it 5 minutes? We don't know. No! Too much handbrake. I was overcompensating because the previous turn I didn't give it enough. But I still can't believe how quote-unquote fair the AI is actually being. To the point where I can actually outdrive them and continue to reclaim first place. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. What a finish. Yikes. There's 1,500 points for that one. We still have all of our points. I haven't bought anything. I'm going to save that for in the future. But I'll do that on stream, of course. There we are. Championship has been completed. We got a blemish of a bronze here and a couple silvers scattered all over, but I don't care. Championship has been defeated. And now we can move on to other titles. So, 3 of you were able to witness this live. So, it is a huge thank you to all of you that were tuning in. And the ones that are watching this on the replay, thank you. And the ones on the YouTube, youtube.com/DMMDestroyer. It'll probably be up tomorrow with bookmarks so people can skip through without having to watch the restarts. But yeah, we did it. We did it. And this one was definitely more grueling than finishing Battlefield. And I thought Battlefield was hard with its advanced AI. But yeah, excellent.